The hour of 12 noon having arrived, the Santa Cruz City Council will come to order and the clerk will be kind enough to call the roll.
Thank you, Mayor. Councilmember Triguero.
Present.
Bruner.
Present.
Newsom.
Present.
Boulder. Here. O'Hara.
Here.
Vice Mayor Kalantari Johnson.
Present.
And Mayor Keeley.
Present. Having established a quorum, we will move to statement of disqualifications. Does any member have a statement of disqualification on our closed session agenda items? Anyone have anything on our regular agenda items, either consent or regular? Council member.
But I will announce it at that time.
Okay, very good. Very good. This is the opportunity for anyone to make comment on our closed session agenda. That would be item 1 on our closed session agenda. This would be the opportunity to make comment on it. Ms. Bush, do we have anyone online with their hand up?
We do
wanting
not.
to make comment. All right. For those of you wondering what we will do from here, we will adjourn into closed session. We will take up our closed session item and return to open session. That will happen no earlier than 12:45. It could happen a little later, but it won't happen before 12:45. So at this point, we stand adjourned into closed session.
Recording stopped.
The hour of 12:45 having arrived and the City Council having completed its business in closed session, we will return to open session and the clerk will call the roll.
Thank you, Mayor. Councilmember Triguero.
Present.
Bruner.
Present.
Newsom.
Present.
Boulder. O'Hara.
Here.
Vice Mayor Kalantari Johnson.
Present.
Mayor Keeley.
Present. A quorum having been established, this is the opportunity for anyone to address the City Council under oral communications. For those of you that might not be familiar, we will give you the opportunity for a period of time up to 2 minutes to address the City Council on any matter under our jurisdiction, but not on today's agenda. Mr. Phillip, good afternoon and welcome, sir.
Hi. Unfortunately, it's necessary to comment on a few council members who last meeting made presumptions and accusations toward me of hate speech and threatened elimination of my free speech rights as they claimed they were protecting queers. One of the very few legitimate purposes of government is to protect everyone's constitutional rights from those who abuse others' rights, but free speech is never an abuse of others' rights, and censorship of free speech is. All government free speech censors are themselves both oppressors of individual rights and act contrary to their institution's purpose, and maybe they flunk civics or come from a country that executes queers or whatever, but they're just wrong. Anyway, hate speech does not exist. No one is responsible for the feelings of others. The far left uses virtual signaling, cancel culture to destroy and censor people for stating widely held beliefs different from their dogma, and that if that doesn't work, the far left resorts to profanity and violence while proclaiming justice a la Antifa, the BLM, pro-Hamas terrorists, burning Teslas, discriminate with DEI, as the far left is the deep motherlode of hate. My intent here is only an objective opposition to the far left's woke, demoralizing, and destabilizing cultural Marxist revolutionary ideology that the city staff and council frequently knee-jerk approve of. Queer issues like excessive and oppressive trans privileges are infringing on others' rights is cultural Marxism, and nationally 80% of people have now pushed back to agree that this trans privilege should not include biological men abusing women's sports, invading women's private spaces, or accepting the growing child castration and the immoral early sexualization and indoctrination of vulnerable children. Much bigger social problems are demonstrated all the time. That's just not as big a problem. I would suggest, for instance, comparing Santa Cruz to the other surf city, Huntington Beach, which has a little different political view, about 50% balanced, healthy. And if you look at the metrics of that city, it puts ours to shame. Thanks.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Do we have anyone online with their hand up? Ms. Bush? Oh, we'll take the next person online, then we'll be right with you, Mr. Ewing. Person online, good afternoon. Welcome to the City Council meeting.
Hello, thank you for allowing me to speak today. My name is Trey, and I'm a downtown resident. And basically, I just wanted to express some opinions on a possible pedestrian street. I saw this article on Lookout the other day, and honestly, it's a proposal for a pedestrian street on Cooper Street, and it's got some interesting studies in there. I think would greatly benefit the city, and some other studies I've looked into, such as Smart Cities Drive, show that improving street walkability, especially in California, have gone ahead and reduced discomfort for commuters and also helped reduce crime. And it seems like this would greatly benefit Santa Cruz, especially as a kind of quaint seaside town, and it would just really benefit the community and bring more people together. But yeah, I just wanted to express that, and that's pretty much all I had. And yeah, thank you for your time.
Well, thank you. Good afternoon. Welcome.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Keeley. My name is James Ewing Whitman. You guys are about to take a vacation for a month. I wish I was going. Anyway, it's quite interesting. You know, it's like what to really talk about, what's really on my mind. You know, I saw a presentation recently. Woman breaks down in tears while telling her heartbreaking transgender regret. My childhood was ruined. Really brave soul to describe what's happened to her and what's going on with tens of thousands of children due to influences by our modern education system. You know, and I'm almost done with school. I'm looking forward to finishing Bram Stoker's 1897 Dracula. You know, this county, members like Ryan Coonerty, Zach Friend, Bruce McPherson, and John Leopold have given Lifetime Achievement Awards to people like Cynthia Matthews for putting fluoride in the water. Fluoride, it's so corrosive that special tanks are required for its storage, as it'll eat through concrete. It'll eat through metal and human flesh. But yet we allow the amount of fluoride in our water that the caution on a fluoride toothpaste, if you ingest more than the normal amount to brush your teeth, which is like 3 kernels of corn, you should immediately call poison control. But yet we have, well, semi-retired officials from the supervisors that are giving Lifetime Achievement Awards to people like Cynthia Matthews, who's held several areas of leadership. How much time do I have? 18 seconds. Oh, I was politer than I wanted to be. I did okay, though. So, you know, it's interesting. In my 2 criminal justice classes, my teacher wouldn't allow me to give out to the classmates the Citizens Rule Book, Jury Handbook, Bill of Rights. Interesting, huh, in a modern education. Well, thank you. That sets up for what I'm going to say next.
Thank you, sir. Anyone else online, Ms. Bush, with their hand up? Good afternoon. Welcome.
Good afternoon, Mayor, City Council members. It's nice to see everyone. I wanted to make a brief comment on one of the items on today's consent agenda. My name is Tracy Weiss.
Okay, so what we will do, you will have that opportunity when we get to the consent agenda.
Rather
So
me
that
do
would
that?
not be at this point. I will alert you to the moment.
All right, I
Very
will
good.
wait
Thank
then.
you, Ms. Weiss. Anyone else? No one else? All right, the matter is back before the body. We are now on mayor item number 2. This is mayoral proclamation declaring Santa Cruz Pride Week. Councilmember Bruner, if you would be kind enough, that would be great.
Thank you. I'd like to invite anybody here for Santa Cruz Pride to come forward and stand at the dais. Welcome. As many know, in the city of Santa Cruz, this year marks the 50th anniversary of Santa Cruz Pride. And today kicks off Pride Week in the city of Santa Cruz, leading into Pride Month, the month of June. And so we have a proclamation we'd like to present, and Rob Darrow is here on behalf of Santa Cruz Pride. Whereas in June of 1969, the modern LGBTQ plus rights movement was ignited by the Stonewall riots in New York. And whereas in June of 1972, in commemoration of the Stonewall riots, the first official Pride parades or events took place in large cities across the United States, including New York, Chicago, Los Angeles, and San Francisco. And whereas in June of 1975, the first Santa Cruz Pride events took place, including a week-long series of events, such as workshops at Cabrillo College, a concert, a dance, and a picnic in San Lorenzo Park that featured music, food booths, and a tug of war across the San Lorenzo River. And whereas Santa Cruz Pride was one of the first smaller city pride events in the nation and the third in the state of California, and whereas the city of Santa Cruz has long been one of the most inclusive and welcoming places in the United States for people of all cultures and ethnicities, and whereas in 1981, the people of Santa Cruz elected John Laird, one of the first openly gay city council members, and in 1983, he became one of the first openly gay mayors in the nation. And whereas in 1995, City Council passed one of the nation's first anti-discrimination ordinances in employment and housing that included protections based on sexual orientation and gender identity. And whereas the first Santa Cruz Pride events inspired people to organize, develop organizations, and launch programs, activities, and events that increased services for LGBTQ plus people and fostered an inclusive and welcoming environment across Santa Cruz County. Now, therefore, I, Sonia Brenner, on behalf of Mayor Fred Keeley and the City Council, do hereby proclaim May 27th through June 1st, 2025, as Santa Cruz Pride Week in celebration of its 50th anniversary in the city of Santa Cruz, and encourage all citizens to join me in this observance. Thank you. And please say if you have anything to say.
So we are all here part of the greater Santa Cruz Pride. You are all part of those last 50 years, and I thank you for that proclamation on behalf of the City Council. On behalf of the LGBTQ plus people across the city of Santa Cruz and the county, I want to thank you. Thank you as City Council members and Mayor for showing up and standing up for the LGBTQ plus culture across Santa Cruz. All of the key events were mentioned in that proclamation, and we appreciate that. You continue to stand up for LGBTQ plus community, along with the Santa Cruz County Board of Supervisors, in making Santa Cruz County and the city of Santa Cruz a sanctuary city for non-binary and transgender people, and clarifying supports for LGBTQ plus people. Most of us would not want to live anywhere else but Santa Cruz County because of the inclusive world and community that we've all created. I especially also want to thank all of the departments who've been involved in this year's Santa Cruz Pride. The departments and the city staff, you've provided money for the different artists to decorate the different utility boxes. You're helping us to get banners up on Pacific Avenue. The Santa Cruz Police Department, Parks and Recreation team are doing a great job to help make the parade on our festival a safe place for everyone. And tonight we're lighting up our buildings with rainbow lights. So I just want to thank you and the entire city staff for all that you've done to be part of this event and to make it one of the best for our 50th anniversary. So thank you.
Thank you, Rob.
See you all tonight.
Thank you very much. We are on item 3. This is a mayoral proclamation. And Councilmember Chiguero, if you'd be kind enough to make that presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. It's an honor to present this proclamation for Older Americans Month in 2025. And I want to welcome my friend Pam Arnsberger up to receive it. And I want to say at the top that the fight for justice is always intergenerational. And older Americans and older adults here in Santa Cruz are not a separate group from us. They are us. our parents, our mentors, our caregivers, our neighbors, and our coworkers. They deserve more than our appreciation. They deserve policies that protect their dignity through housing security, healthcare access, but also how we design our streets, our social programs to be an inclusive community. It also extends to our everyday interactions with one another. And Santa Cruz is changing. We are now one of the fastest growing populations in older adults in the entire state. And that's not a statistic, that's a call to action. So let this proclamation remind us that social isolation is a public health issue, that fixed incomes are no match for rising rents, and that benches, sidewalks, and community centers are all forms of care. So this month, the theme is flip the script for Older American Month, and I think that's a delightful gesture. So I want to thank the Seniors Council, the Area Agency on Aging, of which I am the new chair, and all of the advocates and older adults who are here today. So with that, I'm happy to share this proclamation. Whereas the city of Santa Cruz is proud to honor the vibrant and growing community of older Americans who contribute their time, wisdom, and experience to our community. Whereas in the last census, the population of people over 65 in Santa Cruz grew faster than that of any other county in California. And whereas aging is a dynamic process that leads to new abilities and new knowledge to share with our community. And whereas communities benefit when people of all ages, abilities, and backgrounds can contribute and live meaningful lives. And whereas the city of Santa Cruz works in partnership with the Seniors Council of Santa Cruz and San Benito counties and the Area Agency on Aging Advisory Council to support programs and policies that promote the health, safety, and social connection of older adults across our region. And whereas many older residents in Santa Cruz face challenges such as rising housing costs, limited transportation options, and social isolation, making it all the more essential to build systems that support aging in place and community inclusion. And whereas we recognize that older adults in Santa Cruz are not only recipients of care, but active change makers who continue to shape our neighborhoods, government, economy, and culture. And whereas for the year of 2025, the national theme for Older Americans Month is Flip the Script, which focuses on transforming how society perceives, talks about, and approaches aging. And whereas we can all help flip the script on aging by identifying and challenging harmful stereotypes and ageist attitudes, by creating and continuing intergenerational conversations that uplift and empower older adults, embracing a culture of inclusion and purpose at every age, emphasizing that growing older is a celebration of living fully, not slowing down, and acknowledging and celebrating the rich diversity and resilience of older residents in our community. And whereas every resident of Santa Cruz has a role to play in honoring older adults through advocacy, volunteering, and building meaningful connections across generations. So now, therefore, I, Gabriela Triguero, on behalf of Mayor Keeley and my colleagues on City Council, do hereby proclaim the month of May 2025 as Older Americans Month in the city of Santa Cruz, and I urge all residents to celebrate the countless contributions of our older community members, to reaffirm our commitment to creating an inclusive society, to stand against ageism, to embrace the many opportunities that come with aging, and to commit to making Santa Cruz a more age-friendly city for all. Thank you.
Good afternoon and welcome.
I'm also going to hand out this fact sheet from the Senior Council.
I thought you'd all enjoy having a fact sheet. I'm an old researcher, so there we are. I just wanted to say thank you. Santa Cruz, I was born and raised here, right? So Santa Cruz has always taken the lead in senior issues. When I was growing up, we had the oldest percentage of seniors west of the Mississippi, 25%. Fred's nodding. Can you remember that? Yeah. And we have developed a ton of innovative and forward-looking programs to deal with the rising population of seniors in our country, our state, and our community. And so let's continue to be leaders. This is a tough year for us, you guys. Most of our programs are federally funded. Meals on Wheels, Lifeline, Elder Day, that will be affected by Medicaid. Probably you're not aware that foster grandparents is also up for elimination. I just want to make sure that people are aware that these are tough times and that we work together to raise awareness, flip the script, and let folks know what's going on. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much.
Thank you. Good morning still? Yeah, no, good afternoon. Dana Wagner, I'm the Director of Meals on Wheels for Santa Cruz County. On behalf of the Seniors Council and for Meals on Wheels, I want to thank you, Mayor Keeley, and the City of Santa Cruz for this proclamation. As mentioned, older adults are the fastest growing population in California, and those 65 to 84 have grown faster in Santa Cruz County than anywhere else in California. Meals on Wheels serves 445 participants with home-delivered meals in the city and 176 participants with a congregate meal at London Nelson Community Center. Your acknowledgement of the needs of older adults in your city means the world to the hundreds of older adults we serve every day. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. My name is Zachary Johnson. I'm the Administrative Services Officer for the Seniors Council, and I just wanted to say thank you on behalf of all the staff at the Seniors Council. It's really meaningful to us to see that the work that we do on behalf of the seniors is recognized, and it's really especially important in the month of May, as Older Americans Month, that we acknowledge and recognize the challenges that all of our citizens face, especially those who are getting up in years. So thank you very much for this proclamation.
Thank you all very, very much. Good work. Excellent. We are on presiding officer announcements. I want to comment that on item 28, this item will be continued until the meeting of June the 24th. Item 28 is continued to June the 24th. Item number 16 on the consent agenda will be moved to the regular agenda. Let me see if there are statements of disqualifications by members. Councilmember Brunner.
Thank you, Mayor. I have a statement of disqualification for agenda item 9, the Cooperative Retail Management Business Real Property Improvement District Assessment, as it relates to my employment. Agenda item 10, Downtown Association Parking and Business Improvement Area Assessments, as it relates to my employment. Agenda item 21, Establishment of Downtown Density Bonus Fees and Charges, as it relates to my employment. Agenda item 23, the second reading and final adoption, and I will not read that whole title, but that also relates to my employment. And agenda item number 24, which is the approval of the consolidated plan. And agenda 25, all of those relate to my employment.
Very good. Thank you.
Thank you.
Other members? Disqualifications?
Excuse me, sir.
Deletions to the agenda?
I never heard an end of oral communications. I'm here for oral communications. I think there are other people here for oral communications. I'll respectfully wait for your line of business, but can we get back to oral communications?
Let me explain how this works. I was on oral communication. I asked if there were any more. There were several people talking to each other back there. No one was approaching the dais. I continued to move on. We're on additions and deletions. Are there any additions or deletions, Ms. Bush?
Excuse me, the public has a right to speak.
The public had the right to speak. They spoke. There was no one approaching the dais.
I have my hearing aids in. I didn't hear you say end of oral communications. I don't believe these people over here either heard end of oral communications.
I have heard your comment. Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
That is not the comments that I wanted to
That
make.
doesn't matter whether you like or don't like the comments. That's the comment. We are moving on.
You are showing your true colors.
We are on additions or deletions to the agenda. Are there any additions or deletions? Are there additions or deletions, Madam City Attorney? Thank you very much. City Attorney, report on closed session.
Yes, there was just one item on the city's closed session agenda today. The city met with its real property negotiator, Bonnie Lipscomb, regarding a property at 1070 River Street, APN 008-66118, and there was no further reportable action.
Thank you. Council meeting calendar, Ms. Bush.
No addition.
Thank you. We are on the consent agenda. For those of you that might be unfamiliar, we will be taking up items 5 through 20 on a single vote. What I will do in advance of that is give members here on the dais, as well as members of the public, the opportunity to pull an item, comment an item, or ask a question. If you wish to do so, you will have a period of time up to 3 minutes to make all of your comments on the consent agenda item. I will start with Councilmember Golder. Nothing on the consent agenda. Councilmember O'Hara, nothing on the consent agenda. The Madam Vice Mayor, nothing on the consent agenda. Councilmember Newsom, not on the consent agenda. Councilmember, not on the consent agenda. And Councilmember Trigueros, we found somebody with something on the consent agenda. There we go. Madam.
Thank you, sir. On item number 8, the Children's Fund Oversight Committee, I am glad to support Ms. Velasquez for this position, who I have the honor of working with her on the Youth Action Network and also in supporting our youth liaisons. And I want to say how supportive I am of her appointment as a representation of bilingual, bicultural, community-rooted, and highly collaborative leaders in an oversight position to ensure that we're serving all of our families equitably is really deeply meaningful to me. I also wanted to comment on item 15, which is the septic system replacement for De La Vega, which is my district, and I'm so happy about this project, to keep our parks safe and sanitary. These aren't interesting investments, but they're important and critical investments, so I'm really pleased to have that. And that's all, sir. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone with us wish to comment on an item on the consent agenda? This would be your opportunity to do so.
Hello, I'm Kevin Norton. I live on the west side of Santa Cruz. I'm very disappointed, Mayor, that I was standing there along with a few other people, and we were waiting to talk, and we were not given that chance. I'm disappointed and hurt, frankly, because I have a need to be understood and to be heard. And I know the people who
Is there something on the consent agenda you wish to comment on?
Oh, I mean, they're gone now,
Is
but
there something you wish to comment on?
yes, as it regards to item number 10, I think that the parking and business improvement area assessment fees could be used towards weekend pedestrian streets on Cooper Street. I have a list here of 13 businesses on Cooper Street who signed a petition in support of having weekend pedestrian streets. They know that Abbott Square has untapped potential and that this would benefit their businesses, the community, and the downtown at large. For me, this proposal is about supporting local businesses, making it easier for people to form social connections and for improving conditions for children to grow up in. Numerous studies have shown that healthy social connections are paramount for good health, and promoting them are the best tool we have to improve well-being. Social connections help us be resilient against the harms caused by rising housing costs. When housing costs go up dramatically, as they have here, studies have shown that it affects low-income people the most. Alcohol consumption goes up. Even there's a reduction in healthy eating, and people have higher rates of stress, leading to anxiety, depression, and other health problems. One study found that a 10% increase in housing prices led to a 6.5% increase in chronic health problems. And the less income you have, the less likely you are to have time to form diverse and high-quality social connections. For children and young people, the outlook is troubling. And I will send you the mental health metrics. UCSC consistently ranks highest among UC campuses for student stress, anxiety, suicidal ideation, and drug use. I'm grateful that you are trying to create more affordable housing. Thank you, because that is a big part of the problem. I am needing your understanding. Our current approach for improving mental health is not working very well. I know we all want to bring joy and well-being to others. To do that, I'm confident that we need to try different approaches. We need to invest in social capital and make it easier for people to meet one another, as suggested by plenty of research and by our traditional values. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Anyone else on the consent agenda? Good afternoon and welcome.
Yeah, hello, my name is James Ewing Whitman. On the consent agenda, number 5, the minutes, about the last meetings, mayoral proclamation number 4, proclamation of May 2025 as Jewish Heritage Month, and also item number 19, AB 481. You know, that conversation in the supervisors meeting about 481 wasn't really beaten to death like it has been in previous years, and I certainly had a delightful conversation with the two senior officers, you know, going down the elevator and into the parking lot about what's going on, because I was speaking about the frequency weapons that are openly, that they can use whatever they want, and I made a joke, when are we going to have the real Star Trek weapons? Well, we already have those with the streetlights. So going back to the mayoral proclamations, it's not just the one about the Jewish Heritage Week. There's an agenda and protocol that's written here. Now, it is absolutely at your discretion that you can change the order however you want. But, you know, you seem to feed groups of people through here, and we're generally not allowed to make comments on the proclamations. And it just seems like it's a real lack of justice. And maybe for whatever reason, I feel somewhat personally responsible, because I may have been talking to somebody that caused that situation to happen. At least that's something I can freely admit to being responsible for. So what, I have a minute and 20 seconds. So I just really think it's odd, some of the things that are said in this room. And I think if people were more educated, they wouldn't make such comments that seem so racist and so bigoted and so shallow, because we are all in this together. And we have, what's the word I keep? Oh, the United States was founded upon genocide and slavery. That's just the freaking truth. You look at the actual history. But I'm not condoning that that was right, because it absolutely wasn't. It was devastating. But it's going on right now all over the world. And for certain people to make a reference to the state of Israel, which is like the state of California, state of Texas, state of New York, it is one of the states. None of those other states are supposedly have a Jewish heritage, and neither does Israel if you do your own research. So, or do any real research. So, I don't know. I didn't really set myself up as well as I wanted to with what I was going to say, so I'm going to at least try to stay on subject. Stuff happens. I lost my pen. I have my phone. Thanks. I guess I will stay because I recognize somebody in the back of the room.
Thank you. Anyone else on the consent agenda? Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
There we go.
Try it again. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Tracy Weiss. I'm the Executive Director with the O'Neill Sea Odyssey. I'm here to comment today on consent item number 17, related to Measure E. While Mayor Keeley, you were intimately involved with this campaign originally, there are many new faces here on the dais, and I wanted to just take a quick moment to commend and to thank the City Council for their effort and continued administration in this vein. Back in 2008, Measure E, the Clean Water, River, Beaches, and Ocean Tax was passed by over 70% of City Santa Cruz voters. And it's been essential in protecting and monitoring our waters, through stormwater system improvements, pollution management, and to monitoring plastic pollutions in our watershed. It is not only an important education tool, but it is a reflection of our city's values, and I really want to just say thank you. The city of Santa Cruz continues to be a leader both locally and nationally, and this Measure E is just another way that we embody our values. It is our community's commitment to providing environmental and public health. It's aligned with the Children's Bill of Rights, as well as our social determinants of health, of building a healthy environment and creating a climate resilient future. These funds directly not only support the O'Neill Sea Odyssey, but many other local nonprofits in creating the education we need for the world that we want and protecting our watersheds and our rivers and the Monterey Bay National Marine Sanctuary. It is important as we're continuing to see more and more plastic pollution in our watershed. Every day here at the O'Neill Sea Odyssey, when we take water samples, we play a game. Is it plastic or is it plankton? And more, it is plastic. So these funds are critical to ensuring the next generation is aware and knowledgeable about our coastal ecosystems and the role they can serve in protecting and conserving it. So I just want to commend and say thank you for your leadership. And the ocean is here for us all. And so thank you for helping us build the next generation of ocean stewards.
Thank you, Ms. Weiss. Thank you to O'Neill Sea Odyssey for all the fine work that you do. Anyone else? Greg, good afternoon.
Yes,
sir.
good afternoon. I did arrive late. I'm not going to try to jump in on a non-agenda item. Is 26 still open or was it moved?
Say it again.
Is 26 still open?
We
The
are not
auditor
there
report?
yet.
Is it-
It'll be later on and you'll be recognized to comment on it.
Okay, I'm going to just wait then.
Very good. Thank you, Greg. Anyone else on the consent agenda? Do we have anyone else with their hand raised? Matters back before the body, pleasure of the body.
I'll move the consent, Mayor.
Motion to move the consent agenda minus item 16, which we're moving over to the regular agenda. Second by Councilmember O'Hara. Debate or discussion? Seeing and hearing none, the clerk will call the roll.
Councilmember Triguero.
Aye.
Brunner.
Aye, with the exceptions of 9 and 10.
Newsom.
Aye.
Boulder. Aye. O'Hara. Aye. Vice Mayor Kalantari Johnson.
Aye.
Mayor Keeley.
Aye. Motion passes and so ordered. We are on consent public hearings. We will be taking up items 21 through 25 inclusive on one motion after we open the public hearing on all of those items on one activity. Let me see if there is anyone here who wishes to make comment on items 21 through 25. I will now open the public hearing. Anyone on 21 through 25? We will take the person online. Good afternoon and welcome.
Yes, hello, this is Garrett again. I want to speak on item 23, and I don't have a great deal to say about it, but it's just another example of the assault on single-family housing, always reducing the amount of zoned single-family housing, and you have your reasons or whatever, but that's the result of it, on the Delaware, like around Anatolia Pond. And I mean, if you were to ask most people, what is their preferred housing? They would all say single-family housing, but maybe they can't afford it, and all they can afford is shrinkflated housing, which is no value. And well, that's the way that is, and the market could certainly provide that if that's what it wants. I don't know that the central planning, approach to that is the way to go. I think the collective people know best as far as what kind of market support they show for certain kinds of housing. But it's just another instance of the assault on single-family housing. That's all I got to say.
Thank you. Anyone else online? Matters back before the body.
I'll move to the consent public hearing.
The consent public hearing is closed, and there is a motion to approve as recommended. And is there a second? There's a second by Councilmember Golder. Debate or discussion? Seeing and hearing none, the clerk will call the roll.
Councilmembers Triguero.
Aye.
Brunner.
Aye, with the exceptions of 21, 23, 24, and 25.
Newsom.
Aye.
Boulder.
Aye.
O'Hara. Aye. Vice Mayor Kalantari Johnson.
Aye.
And Mayor Keeley.
Aye, motion passes and so ordered. At this time, we will take up item 16 before we take up item 26. We were under advice of council, needed to move this from our consent agenda to our regular agenda. Mr. Nguyen is here on this item. Good afternoon, sir. Welcome.
Good afternoon, Mayor, council members, members of the public. My name is Nathan Nguyen, Director of Public Works. Item 16 is a grant anticipatory notice for the West Cliff damage repairs. So as the city has received approval for emergency funding through the Federal Highway Administration's Emergency Opening Program, the reimbursement process has been slow. And so this does not have to do with necessarily the current administration's efforts to slow down some of the funding efforts, but so we are confident in receiving these reimbursements, but in a slower timeline. And so in order to preserve our cash flow, we are going out for this grant anticipatory notice of $22 million. And it should be noted that in utilizing this funding, we still have our local match for our emergency funds that we are currently using a gas tax for. And there are additional interest funds that also come with this notice. So while we have been very happy with the federal government and been able to implement a lot of the West Cliff improvements, it still comes at a great cost, both to the gas tax and general fund. And happy to answer any questions.
Questions or comments from council members on this item? The Vice Mayor is recognized.
Just a brief comment that the work has been exceptional, and it, although maybe seemingly slow to some, I've seen it move and progress at a speed that I didn't anticipate. So just thank you so much for the work and the continued efforts to make sure that it moves along.
Thank you, sir. Further comments? Anyone with us wish to make a comment on this item? Anyone online wish to make a comment? Matters back before the body, pleasure of the body.
16.
Motion to approve as recommended, second by the Vice Mayor. Is there further debate or discussion? Seeing and hearing none, the clerk will call the roll.
Councilmember Triguero.
Aye.
Brunner.
Aye.
Newsom.
Aye.
Boulder.
Aye.
O'Hara.
Aye.
Vice Mayor Kalantari Johnson.
Aye.
And Mayor Keeley.
Aye. Motion passes and so ordered. We are on item 26. This is the Independent Police Auditor Report. We have a document in our packet. The chief is here with us. Chief, good afternoon. Welcome. The Independent Police Office Auditor is also with us. Please come forward and welcome. Good evening. Good afternoon. Nice to see you again this year. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Mayor and council members. My name is Emily Nguyen, Fiscal Management Analyst for the City Manager's Office. Want to quickly introduce the team. I would like to provide a brief overview of the Independent Police Auditor position established by the City of Santa Cruz in 2003. This role was created to provide independent oversight of the City of Santa Cruz Police Department. The IPA reviews internal investigation, use of force incidents, and department policies, and reports its findings and recommendations to the City Council. The goal of this position is to promote transparency and accountability in policing. Since 2020, the OIR group has served as the city's IPA through a competitive RFP process, and they are a nationally recognized team specializing in police oversight and reform. So today we are joined by 3 members of the OIR team. We have Michael Giannacco, Teresa Magula, and Samara Marion. So we look forward to their ongoing work and providing the transparency for public safety practices. And without further ado, I will pass this on to Michael for the presentation.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon and welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. It's good to see you again. Thank you, Council. It's great to be with you. City leadership, appreciate the opportunity to be before you this afternoon. See some familiar faces on the dais and then others that are newer to us. So we look forward to our engagement. This is our pretty much one and only chance over the calendar year to have a chance to address you and give you a overview of what we are doing, what we are finding, what we are seeing, and getting any feedback from you all. So this is an important time for us to be here. we've been at this for a while now. 2020, I think, is when we started reviewing cases. As your independent police auditor, you've had a long history of independent police auditing even before we came on board. But what I wanted to do, and my colleagues will also be presenting some of the particular issues that we discovered this past year, but I thought it was important to lead off by starting by trying to give you a perspective, if you will, based on the 5 years that we've been doing this work, because I think perspective is always important. What I would say is this, is that when we started with a different police chief and a lot of different leadership, what we were seeing initially were some issues that one would call police oversight 101, or kind of low-hanging fruit, issues that needed to be addressed. For example, we couldn't really focus on the quality of the internal affairs investigations that were being done because there was a bigger problem in that the resource allocation, et cetera, meant that the cases weren't ever being done on time, which is a real issue. Secondly, we found that there were gaps with regard to policies that didn't exist, that do exist in most contemporary agencies, that needed to be worked on, developed, and created. So there was a lot to be done in those initial years to get cases into a timely sort of perspective, so that when the evidence showed that there was a need for intervention, that intervention could be done within the 1 year that California law requires to be done. So that was then, this is now, and that is, I think, one of the major points I want to make this afternoon, is that we're no longer looking at cases through the lens of an introductory course in oversight, but we're really looking at oversight and police practices at a higher level, at sort of a graduate level, if you will. That doesn't mean that the department should not continue to strive to be even better and better and better and improve. But what I'm saying is that from our perspective, and we have about 20 other gigs in other cities and counties in the state, from our perspective is that the city of Santa Cruz Police Department has moved very, very far forward from those days in 2020 that we initially encountered. And that's, I think, important to be acknowledged. That being said, we have been, doing this work for a while. We've been doing this work and have a good perspective on what we see the issues are with regard to Santa Cruz. There is still obviously room for improvement. My colleagues Teresa and Samara will be talking about some of those. But the other thing that is also an important point for you as leaders of the city to know is that to the degree that we provide an independent register, an independent check, an independent voice into how policing is done in your city, we do it in a collaborative way because we have received nothing but collaboration from the leadership of your police agency. And that also is critical. Things can go two ways, and we've had things not go in a good way in some of the jurisdictions we've worked with. But that's not the story to be said here. So appreciate Chief Escalante, his installation of a sergeant that got it and recognized the need to do it right and do it timely. All those factors, I think, have placed the department in a better position, in a much better position than they would had those interventions not occurred. We do meet regularly with the chief and his leadership team, which is critical. It's not like 1 year we come in and then look at cases over a 12-month period and out. That's not the process. It's an ongoing process. The chief will often call me about an emerging situation and seek advice and counsel. And for that, we're very appreciative. So the other thing that we do, and it's featured in the report, is we provide a link to those disaffected by the police, and finding a way to get that disaffection cataloged and entered into the system so there can be an effective investigation. Sometimes residents of the city are not interested in dialoguing directly with a sergeant at the police station about that complaint. So we provide that offloading opportunity as well as part of our service. I'm going to turn this over to my colleagues to again give you a very high level of the report. We're not going to go over every jot and tittle in the report, but I thought it was important for them to highlight a few of the cases. So I'll turn it over to my colleagues.
Thank you. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Mayor and council members. If we could skip forward to a few slides. I can skip forward a few slides. All right, so essentially, as Mike said, we've been doing this for several years, and really what we're looking at now is the very hard work of the police department looking into their own internal investigations. As Mike mentioned, we're not just touching points, once or twice a year. How this works is that as soon as the department has completed an investigation and that investigation is determined to be closed, which means that it's gone through the entire cycle, if discipline is warranted, that discipline has been issued and so on, the department sends that file to us for our review. We have reviewed 63 cases that were closed in 2024. Some of those were cases where the incident occurred in 2024. Some of them occurred previously. What we have done is provided at the end of our report an appendix that has a list of every case that we've reviewed so that it's even more transparent for members of the public and for the city to review every case that we've reviewed, regardless of whether it appears in more detail in our report. We have spelled out the different case types, in part because it's important for one of our first recommendations. But essentially, the department has 4 different case types that a complaint or matter can be classified. The first is an informational case. These are most likely externally generated, so by members of your public who have contacted the police department or through our link, as Michael mentioned, to express their dissatisfaction with some interaction that they had with the police department. The informational cases are reviewed by the sergeant. This sergeant reviews the body-worn camera footage, any police reports, does a preliminary kind of look and see to see what kind of misconduct is being, or what kind of behavior is being raised here. And if that preliminary review finds that there was really no indication of a policy violation, it's classified as informational. The department provides a closeout letter with further information to the member of the public, and the matter is closed. We get it and we review it. There are 2 case types where more formal investigation is done. We saw 16 of those in this past cycle. These can be initiated either internally by the department itself if they see something that is concerning to them, or they can be initiated by members of the public. And these are classified for more investigation, including interviews of the subject officers, interviews with the complainant, with witnesses, and so on. The intention there is to provide kind of the full due process if the policy violation is determined to be true, to have that opportunity for corrective action and give both the parties who are complaining and those who are involved the appropriate due process on that. And then we saw a new case classification. It is new in its name, but not in its function. The department at some points in time was saying, hey, this process is taking entirely too long. As Michael mentioned, in some cases, it was exceeding that 1-year statute of limitations. The department wanted to intervene more proactively. And they created a formal name for it to be able to track divisional matters. And these are things that the department self-initiates internally. For example, a supervisor not performing in the way that was expected in the field, and we're going to swiftly correct that, issue the corrective action. And at this point now, they are formally classifying those within their tracking system, which is something we felt was important to be able to see a pattern of practice if that emerges. The reason I break down the case classification, which seems like a lot of weeds for a level that's a bit higher, is because it matters, right? So in some cases, we reviewed the case and found that the way it was classified was exactly right. So the matter was investigated at the appropriate level with the appropriate level of intervention issued if that was appropriate. But in a handful of cases, we felt that there was perhaps the opportunity to review a little more deeply than the department initially recognized. This year, our report is done in the format of case studies. And so we thought that that was a perhaps more interesting read for yourselves and for members of the public to see some highlights of what we're actually talking about. In this particular case study that's in our report, what occurred was that a member of the public contacted Santa Cruz Police Department and said, I haven't been able to get in touch with the detective that's on my case, and I have new information that I would like to submit, and it's of urgency and an emergent situation for my family. The department took that complaint, identified the detective was on medical leave of an urgent nature that prevented him from informing the various cases that he had of his departure. They swiftly found someone that could intervene, took the appropriate action for the emergency situation in that case. Case closed. When we took a look at that case, we found that, in fact, there was perhaps a little more digging that could have been done. And so we, in our conversations with command staff, identified some areas where perhaps the department could do a more rigorous evaluation of its own mechanisms for assigning people off leave. So if you are going to be away, perhaps an outgoing message that says you're no longer available for X number of days or time, reassigning those cases and so on. The point here is that the informational classification served that high level, but didn't dive into the deeper, more systemic process challenges that the department was facing that case brought to light. That's one example. We saw a few others. But essentially our recommendation here is to really take a close look when classifying those cases to ensure that the initial emergent issue is not it. Let's take a deeper dive. As Mike said, we're beyond 101. We really are looking to have the department meet this gold standard of saying, what else is there? Let's take a look. I will turn it over to my colleague Samara, who's going to talk a little bit about our second case and third case studies.
Good afternoon. Welcome.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Mayor, Vice Mayor, council members, chief, and members of the public. So moving along with the types of review we did this year and the ability to do a deeper dive, it's the topic of case management tracking, which doesn't sound very exciting, but it actually is very important. As Mike pointed out, in the past, there were issues about cases being investigated on time and being able to know even what the caseload was. And so the department, in response to our recommendations, put together an Excel workbook, did things so that things are done in a timely manner. What we were able to do this year and what we were able to observe was that there's some case managing and tracking that would enhance the department's ability now to not only look at cases, but look at them in a deeper way, be able to identify patterns involving complaints, patterns involving pursuits, use of force, and that this ability to use actual case tracking mechanisms and software, we were encouraging the department to do this. So, for example, the department's invested in different types of software programs that enable them to do that, but they haven't been able to operationalize them yet. And we're aware of competing priorities that the department has, and of course, staffing challenges. But at the same time, now that we're at a deeper level, we're encouraging them to this year make a commitment to implement the blue teams. And that, again, that's the ability to have in real time data collection and analysis. So the department has this software, but now is the moment to be able to implement it and have staff be able to use it and analyze this type of information. And this will help with the analysis of use of force. While the department does not use a lot of use of force, it's helpful to be able to look at patterns over the year to identify not just the year, but over patterns over several years, identify use of force involving different types of weapons. It will just give the department more ability to then identify and intervene when there's need to intervene with specific officers or to provide training to address those type of concerns. I'm going in the wrong direction. Another area that we were able to look at is when there are multiple officers involved with misconduct, or if it's one officer who has some type of problem in their interactions with the public or in their performance. And in this way, by being able to look at those specific cases, again, we were able to provide recommendations to address that. We saw several cases where we thought a more rigorous system to address these types of incidents the department could benefit it from. We looked at a pair of officers. They were subject to both community complaints and then those also internally driven complaints. And to the department's credit, the department took immediate action and they formulated plans like formal or informal counseling. They also took some corrective action. So they resolved the immediate incidents, but again, we're suggesting that the department look at the broader picture of what's going on and be able to look at broader corrective actions that would address the specific and more in-depth problems that these officers showed, such as in the area of insubordination, dangerous tactical decision-making, and report writing omission. So by looking at the course of conduct, looking at it in a far more holistic manner, we're suggesting that the department frame all the potential allegations of misconduct, make sure that they're providing a complete investigation and that it truly represents the totality of the circumstances. Right now, I'm going to turn it back to Teresa for other findings and recommendations.
I'd like to keep you all guessing as to who's coming next. All right, so in our fourth case study, we looked at the role of supervisors. Really, the short story here is that Santa Cruz has some excellent supervisors, and that the department, when it is seeing some problematic behavior or troubling trends in the way that a supervisor is responding in the field, they're using every corrective tool that they have. And we saw that in the fourth case study in our report. They're doing some coaching, mentorship. They're doing formal investigations if that's appropriate. They're putting supervisors on plans to have more rigorous review of their day-to-day operations. And what we recommended was to help support that process to potentially consider a supervisor field training officer program, to be able to partner officers who are rising up the ranks with supervisors who can help to coach and mentor them along the way. It's a distinctly different role when you promote from officer to sergeant, and to have that extra level of support could go a long way. Essentially, the department is growing in a way that we want to see, effective individuals in those promotional ranks. And our final case study involves off-duty conduct, and again, here, the department took swift interventions when there were officer reports, either self-reported or reported by another jurisdiction, of off-duty potential troubling conduct, took swift intervention, initiated those formal investigations, corrective action when it was appropriate, and made sure to also support those officers who may have been experiencing something that resulted in this off-duty conduct, so that their mental, emotional well-being was also supported by the department. This is not, obviously, as we all know, an easy job. And when you go home, you might take that job with you. And so anything that the department can do to help support is of paramount importance, especially now when our law enforcement is working endless overtime and has a lot of pressure to perform. In this case, we saw just a protocol process issue that we would like to see, which was that a particular officer could have been interviewed to hear his or her side of the story. And we have a handful of policy recommendations with procedures. Samra will give you kind of the high-level overview. The details are all in our report.
Thank you again. So another key component of our work is to be making policy recommendations, and they're aimed to improve both officer accountability as well as operational safety and also transparency to the public. So this last year, the department, to its credit, took their own initiative to create a training bulletin to address a recent Ninth Circuit case concerning high-risk felony stops. And it's great training. They gave us the opportunity to review their department bulletin. It was also an opportunity, in light of another case that involved a high-risk felony stop, we were able to have a discussion about that particular case. It preceded this court opinion, but we were able to talk about ways to also improve the review process so that things like de-escalation, decision-making tactics would be a part of that review process. So that was a great collaboration with the department. Other areas that we saw that policy recommendations could be enhanced had to do with the handling of property. We had reviewed several cases where individuals had filed complaints about the difficulties they had in obtaining the return of their property from the police department. And we found that the police department's investigation into these complaints was thorough. They were also very focused on locating and returning the property when they could. They also took corrective action when it was important or when it was appropriate. So our recommendation is to enhance the safeguarding of property of arrested individuals, that the department enhance or provide additional training on the handling and the documentation and storage of arrested persons' property. Another area of recommendation had to do with coordinating with dispatch. We reviewed several cases that involved communication with your 911 dispatchers, and where we observed that our team, as well as the police department, that there were opportunities in the future to have increased communication protocols. And so the police department has a dedicated liaison, so it's excellent that there is a forum by which those recommendations can be brought to 911 dispatchers, and those kinds of issues can be resolved. The last thing that I wanted to address involves our recommendation tracker. The last time we were before you, both you all asked and members of the community also asked, what's the status of the recommendations? And we're pleased to be able to include in our annual report a recommendation tracker so that the 73 recommendations that we've made through the last 5 years, one can see the status of those recommendations. And over 90% of those recommendations the department has agreed to, and they've also then taken the steps to either create policy or update their current policy. So this tracker enables individuals to see that type of progress. For example, just last year we had made some recommendations which the department immediately took action on. I wanted to just highlight a few of those. One is a written policy on the right to record law enforcement activities. And it's been an issue where individuals might, with cell phones, want to be able to record an officer in public, but not sure are there limitations, what are the limitations and the rights individuals have. So the department now has this policy. It's online, and it explains what community members' rights are, as well as there's limitations to this First Amendment right as well. Another key policy was a pursuit policy, and this provides guidance to officers as to how and when they should engage in a pursuit policy, and it's a balance between, of course, officer safety and public safety. And a third policy change that the department implemented this year was to update their use of force policy so that there now needs to be a warning before the use of force and also time to comply when an officer is going to use force. As in previous years, the department consulted with our team as they responded to our recommendations and during the process of drafting new policies. So throughout the year, we had the opportunity to look at those policies, talk to them, provide them feedback. And we appreciate the collaborative spirit that the department engages with us, and the tracker, that log of the 73 recommendations, is a collaborative was a collaborative project between the police department and our team. So that concludes our presentation on our 5th annual report, and we welcome the opportunity to address any concerns, questions, or comments that you have.
Well, thank you very much for a thorough and serious and thoughtful presentation. Very much appreciated. Chief, do you have anything you would like to make comments before I open this to council members and the public?
Thank you, Mayor and Council. Bernie Escalante, Chief of Police. I'll just make a quick comment. Our relationship is wonderful. working with the auditor in the sense of we can have honest, frank conversations. And I think they challenge me. I think I challenge them sometimes as well. Sometimes, we don't always agree on things, but, the profession is ever evolving, and it is important to continue to adapt to a new way of policing. And so I think that, although we may sometimes agree to disagree on certain concepts, certain things, I think that the relationship is very fruitful and healthy to have. So we're lucky to have a real productive conversation, and we meet frequently and discuss important matters. So it's very helpful for not only our department, but for the city and for the profession.
Thank you, Chief. Let me ask if there are questions, comments by members. We'll start where I saw a hand here by Councilmember O'Hara, and then I saw a hand by Councilmember Trigueros, Councilmember Bruners. We have a whole bunch of questions here. Yeah. Councilmember O'Hara.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you very much for the presentation. I really appreciate it. And I do believe that this is an incredibly important and powerful collaboration that is, quite frankly, totally paramount to the effective, effective oversight and, continued evolving and innovating of our department. So I really appreciate that. I do have a couple questions in relation to the report vis-a-vis your oral presentation. As I was looking through the report, I kind of looked at it through the lens of a community member, and getting down to the appendices, like where most community members will be very curious. What were the inquiries? What were the results of their inquiries? It felt to me like it would be very helpful to have a longitudinal look at trends for the last 5 years, mostly because if we're doing this work effectively, we should see change, right? We should see different types, maybe contracted types of inquiries, maybe inquiries of a certain type falling completely off. You would hope to not see additional inquiries, but who knows? I mean, it's obviously a very dynamic situation, but I'd really like to see those trends and see if you could even comment on those trends over the last 5 years, because it's hard to kind of balance the data in Appendix A with Appendix B, i.e. what's in Appendix B should be resulting in changes, hopefully, in Appendix A. So I was wondering if you could comment on that at all.
Councilmember O'Hara, thank you for the question. First of all, I think it's a good one and one we continue to be challenged by, particularly in smaller agencies, because we don't have the data of, repeated incidents that you would have in a larger agency. But that being said, that doesn't mean that we can't and don't look for trends. We don't call it a trend, but an example that one of my colleagues talked about was this. We were getting a number of complaints over the past year and prior to that as well with regard to the way in which property is handled once individuals are arrested. Now, that is a challenge for an officer when somebody who, particularly as an example, an unhoused individual who has a lot of property but doesn't have a secure place for that property, for the officer then, in addition to all of the necessary P's and Q's that need to be done in order to support the booking of the arrestee, now have to deal with inventorying this property and securing the property in some way, figuring out whose property is whose. It gets very complicated. So that's a trend that we keep seeing as more and more enforcement activity is going on. And it's an area in which we said, well, this is a trend. We think the department should be focusing its training on trying to help officers in advance what's the best way for us to deal with this challenge. That's an example, but we could do more in the future if council is interested, and it seems like you are, in sort of listing out as a separate piece any trends that we do identify.
Thank you. Yeah, I'd really love that, even as just a short executive summary to the appendix. I think that could be very helpful. And then one follow-up question. With regard to Appendix B, and I think the chief might have alluded a little bit to this as well, there are, largely completed recommendations, but some that are not completed that our department disagrees with the recommendation. And it feels to me that kind of leaves it hanging. So and some of these seem to me very, very important and very critical. I just would like, as a council member, to understand, where does that leave your guys's, the relationship between the auditor and the police department? And on the ones that have not been completed that the department disagrees with, are we left with other options to move forward with that might be related and helpful, let's say?
Excellent question. We have done projects in which we will issue a slew of recommendations, and the leadership of either the agency or the city will do a press release or press conference and say, we received 34 recommendations, we agree with all of them. Whenever that's said, it makes us nervous, because that means to us that that report is going on the shelf. And so I'm not unhappy that we don't always see eye to eye. The chief is a strong personality, as I'm sure most of you recognize, which is fine. But he's thoughtful about, the recommendations we make. And when he comes up with reasons to disagree with our recommendations, they are based on a different viewpoint, a different opinion, which is also reasonable. Sometimes there is no right or wrong answer with regard to these recommendations. We have a view that may differ from the chief's. But what we do is we continue to, as you suggest, navigate a way forward where everyone might give a little, and that's already happened. So, for example, one of our recommendations is that when there's a critical incident, God forbid, like an officer-involved shooting or an in-custody death, that there will be an almost immediate interview of the officers involved. The chief disagrees. The chief believes that for a lot of reasons that needs to have some space. Sometimes it's the question of getting the attorneys here and all of that. So there are logistic issues that get in the way with that sort of on its face, what seems to be a good recommendation. We recognize that. But what has happened is there has been sort of a meeting in the middle, and the chief has, through his representation, agreed to move that process up as far forward as possible. So there's an example of accommodation. We're not in accord yet on the recommendation, but we're getting there. So I'm not disappointed or discouraged with that, with the situation that we are currently in.
Thank you, because actually that is exactly the one that I was curious about. And I think from the public's perspective, there might be some concerns that we might be trying to protect officers and not have them available right away. So I appreciate that you provided that context. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Triguero.
Thank you, sir. I wanted to go back about patterns over the years that your colleagues spoke about, and then also Councilmember O'Hara talked about. When we look at officer performance, I didn't see much tracking over time. So once again, I know you don't want to call it trends, but just as we look at incidents, and there's mentorship, as the chief was talking about, informal and formal, I think there should be tracking over time for both those, both the positive mentorship, but also, performance of the officers over time, a serious, especially for some of these serious incidences that we don't look at them isolated, but that be contained in here too. The thing that I'm interested to ask about too is the Blue Teams software, and I think this is a question for you, Chief. When do you think the Blue Teams app or the Blue Teams software might be operational?
Thank you for the question. We actually just switched our supervisors in the professional standards unit this weekend. It was a natural rotation. And so that's probably one or two at the top of his list for a project to get off the ground and running. So as the auditors mentioned, we've had the program for a couple years. It's just been a matter of integrating it into the systems and getting it up and running. So I think that they set a recommendation or a suggestion within the next 12 months. I think that we should be able to tackle that. I think over the last couple years, there's been a few things in the way of getting that up and running. One is our report writing system. We've been in a process of getting a new report writing system that we were hoping could just automatically integrate with Blue Teams and capture the data. That RMS system sort of started and then stalled, and we're starting over on that. So that's just one example of why that program hasn't gotten up and off the ground yet.
And those integrations are important. I really appreciate that, Chief.
And I also want to just mention to the tracking and trends, I don't have all of it off the top of my head, and these folks behind me probably do, but each officer has a file within the organization, right? And there's allegations, whether they're sustained or not sustained, that they stay in their files for a significant number of years. So although it's not necessarily in the report you're seeing, we do have that sort of tracking and trends that are within the officers' files within the department. So
HR files, yeah.
Correct.
Thank you. Thank you for that clarification. Yeah, transparency and accountability is really important in our public safety, of course, but I think within auditing, the end goal is transformation at the end. So I'm really excited that one system is already implemented and the next system will be operational too. And, I'm going to be interested to hear more about the de-escalation trainings that happen at your recommendation for those high-risk vehicle stops. That's important for our community members and for the safety of our officers. This piece about handling property is also really important to me. I'm mindful that, that handling property is a difficult and unique situation per person, and that when it comes to the quantity of property that an officer might be encountering, that it's varied in our community. And for our population, our community members who experience homelessness, they may have more property on them than the officer is anticipating. And I think that's something for us to continue to be mindful of in our homelessness response work, how we stand up perhaps more storage spaces too within this city so that our officers aren't encountering that perhaps as much in the field. But, that kind of training seems nuanced and really important. So I'm glad that training has been recommended. And I think this new training, the supervisor field training for the officer program is one that I really hope to see take off also. The first case study where the officer hadn't put their out of office auto responder up seems like one of those ones that would be on the first day of that officer training program. So I like the idea of the practical and the programmatic coming in from your recommendations. Nonetheless, I do want to say thank you. I know you're also the auditors, I believe, for the county too. So I appreciate the detailed report and the accountability that you guys have brought and the collaboration that you clearly have with the chief, who has shown so much leadership and change. So thank you.
Thank you. The vice mayor is recognized.
Thank you, Mayor. Similar questions and comments, but I'll ask them anyway because there's pieces of it I think my colleagues got to and others that they didn't. Just going back to the recommendations that our department doesn't agree with, this might be a question for you, Chief, or for you all. Do those recommendations go to the Public Safety Committee, or do they go to any other body? Or is it really the relationship is between you and the auditors? What's the decision-making process on whether we agree or disagree with those recommendations? And let me just actually also say, really impressive that 90% we agreed with and are and either completed or in progress. I should have started with that.
Yeah, and I appreciate that because I will point out that, with all of these recommendations comes work, right? And so there's a bandwidth issue here that we've slowly tried to, we've tried to keep up, right? And always try to improve. But at the end of the day, it takes staff to change policy or change training and those things. Yeah, I would say that the final decision comes down to me. We usually discuss it as a management team. And as we've talked about, it also includes lengthy conversations with the OIR group as well. You know, I will point out that one of the recommendations that says we disagreed with, just to put it into context, they're referring to the county-wide critical incident protocol. So what I did, it wasn't necessarily that I disagreed, but we did not change it because it is a county protocol. I took it before the county chiefs and the district attorney's office and suggested the recommendation. And as a group, they did not agree with making changes to that. But there are some that, yes, regarding the timeliness of interviewing an officer, I think another one that we've discussed is whether officers should be allowed to review body-worn camera footage before they're interviewed. That was another one. I think that there's recommendations on both sides of the fence in the profession with that. And that also becomes a union issue as well. So, you know, I think, but to answer your question, it does come down ultimately to me to make the decision to implement or change.
So it does not, just to really clarify, it does not go to the Public Safety Committee. Okay.
That is correct.
And so similarly related, we now have a set of 10 recommendations with this report. What is the process? You may have already answered this. What is the process of prioritizing, you know, whether it's we agree or disagree, and then how do we prioritize and operationalize, and what's the timeline for that? What is that process?
Yeah, well, you know, we as a management team in the police department, we sit down, we look at it, we do exactly that. We prioritize what we can. If there's any priority that comes from this body, then we obviously put that towards the top of our list. And we get to work as quickly as we can on the ones. I don't think that we necessarily have any in this report that we necessarily disagree on. But again, it comes down to bandwidth, how quickly can we get to it, and we try to prioritize the most important ones. And I think also, if I'm not mistaken, I think, well, like the Blue Team's implementation, that's already sort of in progress.
Okay. Just one last comment around the handling of property that also stood out. So I am really glad to see the recommendation around trainings, but I also just wonder how much more we can do to make sure that the new officers that are on board, because I know we're working really hard to get new officers, are aware of the other resources that we have, are aware of the outreach teams and our mental health liaisons, and sort of those groups are communicating with each other. Maybe it's already happening, I don't know, but it seems like there's an opportunity there for, on top of the training, just to make sure that our new officers are connected with our homeless outreach workers and our mental health liaisons.
Yes, I mean, it's a great point. I mean, I've seen a lot of progress in our department in the sense of actually relying a lot on the homeless response outreach workers, mental health liaisons, really trying to remove ourselves from situations that maybe we shouldn't be involved in, but the community calls us to respond. So there's definitely, in a good way, a trend of using other resources, such as the ones that you spoke to. So yes, and it's just sort of embedded in the organization at this point. I mean, they have phone numbers on their daily roll calls, you know, to call if a certain situation arises.
Thank you. Those are my questions for now.
Thank you. Councilmember Bruner is recognized.
Thank you, Mayor. I guess, thank you for all of the questions. Some of mine were brought up. I think maybe to summarize, you know, there's 10 recommendations here, and you kind of asked and alluded to this, but I'd like to know the next steps for these 10 recommendations and timelines. And Chief, you mentioned certain ones were priority. I think it would be helpful for the public and for us to understand any obstacles that are in place or foreseen to slow any of these recommendations, or I think that would be helpful so that we can figure out how to support the department and how to move things along in a way and provide any direction or what is needed if we understand what any obstacles are. And, you know, this has come up before in terms of offloading certain tasks where we can really achieve efficiency around staffing. For example, the property, and I wonder, you know, what types of solutions are being explored or have been explored in terms of, example, using community service officers or the homeless response team or other teams that could help with things like that. What is the idea process or solution process around some of these recommendations, and how can we support achieving that? I think a little more targeted would be helpful to know.
Well, thank you for the question. I think, as I mentioned, there's a couple of these recommendations that I think are already in process. I think this could be, and somebody mentioned it earlier, the public safety committee could be a good opportunity for us to sort of prioritize these and have that sort of conversation around, you know, and when we meet, we can give updates and stuff like that. I think that might be a good opportunity for us to really assess some of these recommendations. But like I said, some of it is actually already in process. Some of it is something as simple as being more aware, right? There's not any real major structural changes needed, but when somebody goes out on a medical, nobody knew that this was going to be like multi-year medical leave, right? Nor did the detective, nor did we. So, but just being more aware that, okay, this individual has a voicemail, they have an email, they have a caseload, what are we gonna do with it? It's not necessarily something you're gonna make major changes. You just need to be more aware that, okay, people might be leaving that person a voice message, right? We need to be more responsive to that. So that's just as an example, you know, that it's not going to be something that's going to, I guess, create major change, right? It's just doing better at that, being more responsive to the community when they're looking for somebody within the department. And it was just an oversight, you know, as simple as that, and something that we could do better in the future. But I would say that the Public Safety Committee, this could be something that we could really discuss and prioritize, because we also have to think about bandwidth and those sort of challenges.
And that is exactly why, for me, in the way that I'm looking at these 10 recommendations, what are the tools needed to achieve these recommendations, and what is that timeline? So, yeah, that would be helpful. I sit on the Public Safety Committee, and our chair of Public Safety Committee is here. And so, however we can support moving forward and really understanding any obstacles and tools or resources needed to really look at all of this, the ones that are already in progress and some of the other recommendations. Please let us know so that we can work towards a better systematic process for your team, your department. I'm surprised it's not in citywide policy that if someone's out, those should be automatic, right? And so, yeah, however we can support. is my next question is the recommendation tracker that was mentioned. I didn't see that on the transparency portal. Where does that live for the public to see that?
That's a great suggestion. Right now, it's just part of the annual report, but we can put it, we can work with the police department for them to put it on their own website, and of course, we can put it on our own. So thank you for that great suggestion.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you, I appreciate it.
Thank you. Further questions, comments by members? Members of the public who wish to comment on the report, this would be your opportunity to do so.
Lee Brokaw, citizen, as well as chairman of the Police Accountability and Transparency Committee, ACLU, Santa Cruz County Division of Northern California, ACLU. I would just like to, I just happened to hear the chief say that documents on personnel issues were kept for years, and I call your attention to page 9. DM cases may result a range of corrective actions, including counseling, training, discipline, that is recorded and kept in the employee's personnel for at least a year. Now, that's according to the people who do the reviews. I'm most interested in Supervisor 1, starting on page 23. First of all, these people carry guns and are authorized to shoot at us. And I think it is very, very important that we take supervision of the police very seriously. We have a supervision, effective supervision can lead to a lack of effective supervision can lead to a problematic officer's performance. We have an officer that showed minor performance, continued to face deficiencies and challenges in supervisory skills, communication, and adherence to the policy. Why is that guy still a supervisor? We have a case of a person who was on page 15 who was terminated. The list of things that he was terminated for are on page 15. My question is, was he passed off? Was he passed off to another agency to do the same kind of performance, or was he decertified? I just attended a sheriff's office seminar on decertification, and I think that the whole state has changed as a policy towards officers. You can't quit before an investigation is completed, which would then 86 the investigation. When an officer is performing so poorly that he is terminated, I think that there should be a real effort to look into the case of whether he's being passed off to another agency or whether he should lose the right to perform law enforcement activities in the state.
Anyone else on item 26? Good afternoon. Welcome to the City Council meeting.
Yeah, hello. My name is James Ewing Whitman. Wasn't quite sure what I was going to talk about. A slight butterfly in my throat. Reminded a picture of a human hand holding a pen. It's kind of broken right here, and there's loading in bullets as far as the different subject matters, that one could talk about. So my perspective's a little bit different. About 2 years ago in the Board of Supervisors, there were over 35 members of the community that wanted to be part of the independent police audit, that were members of the community, but it was voted down at that time. And I'm pretty sure you remember me, sir, my words. I'm not going to repeat myself. I don't know the date. But I'm about to complete my 5th criminal justice class. And from a social standpoint, the citizens put a huge burden on law enforcement. You know, law enforcement is said to And elected officials are supposed to adhere to an oath of office to the flags outside, the U.S. and California flag for America and California, or the corporate maritime pirate flags. That's just one way that local and county law enforcement are literally operating without physical arms. Because the larger issues that affect everybody's health and safety, like let's say the poison in the air, the poison in the water, the poison in the food, the frequency weapons everywhere, excuse me, are designated to federal agencies. And only one I know that's not totally corrupt would be the Patents and Trademarks Office. And as I said before, Einstein worked there, and he was a very creative plagiarist. So all this dialogue about the incredible difficult job that law enforcement agencies have, where my understanding is they only have the personnel to deal with an issue that is between 2% and 3% of the overall population. Whereas there's so much information that the public at large has stepped away from their responsibility to help each other out, to pay attention to what's going on. Let's say basic family values. I can't make it any more simple than that. So it's just interesting, these complaints about stuff. And certainly, I have some complaints, but why should I bring those up again? Because they're still there. That's enough for now. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Greg, good afternoon. Welcome to the council meeting.
Good afternoon, welcome, or thank you for having me. I'm going to be a contrarian. We just had a little conversation. I'm Greg Bankson. I'm a resident here. I live on the streets. We're having a conversation out on the levee last night, and I was trying to fire some people up to come to city council meeting and at least have them dip their toes in the water and see that it's safe, that protocol's followed, and you're usually pretty gentle. I didn't see what was happening earlier. Chief Escalante, you've always responded awesomely to, we've had great leadership from Chief Mills to this gentleman, Escalante. The conversation went, we want their personnel to get home safe every night to their families. We act like idiots half the time. And part of our conversation last night was how do we get that compassion meter to swing back, and that's our actions. But having a police department that honestly has been tremendously patient. I'm going to get beat up in the parking lot after this, but my friends will take it easy on me. But it's just the truth. The level of compassion, human understanding, patience, give and take, but still making sure public safety is taken care of. We take that seriously too. Once it impacts us, it's freedom is one thing, but everybody needs to behave. I think I've been in places with bad police departments. I think we're very blessed, and I mean this. The officers, 98%, very just amazing, very human. They've talked to my parents, said amazing things that put tears in everybody's eyes. That's pretty special, being somebody that's out in the grind of living on the streets. I think you guys, it's important to keep the metrics going, but let's just remember the human-to-human stuff, including elected officials. That gets into a borderline of, no, you guys are human. I thank everybody. I thank you, and I thank your force.
Thank you, Greg. Anyone else wish to address the council on this item? Ms. Bush, do we have anyone with their hand up? Matter is back before the body. Pleasure of the body. Councilmember O'Hara.
Mayor, thank you very much. Thank you to Greg for those comments. as you were speaking, I was reflecting on our deputy chief who's standing in the back of the room, who has been, a downtown sergeant all the way through the rest of, the ranks, who knows every single one of the folks that are on the street in Santa Cruz, and does that with compassion in addition to the rest of the force as well. So I really appreciate those comments. I don't think we are expecting a motion, but I would like to provide potentially a motion based on today's discussion. And I sent it to Bonnie. So I'd like to move to direct the independent police auditor to include in all future annual reports, one, a full summary of the appendices highlighting key trends over time, and a separate summary outlining how the report's recommendations, particularly those related to policy, training, and oversight, will be advanced and or monitored moving forward.
There is a motion.
I'll second.
There's a motion and a second. You may open on your motion.
Thank you, Mayor. Don't need to provide too much context here because I think we had a really valuable conversation. I left this motion pretty open because I'd really like to lean on the police auditor and the chief and the department to take some liberties on what trends make the most sense to include. I understand as a smaller police department, it might not be easy to see those trends, but as it relates to my colleagues' comments, I think whatever trends that you think would be helpful for us to see, I think we would very much value. And then in addition, I think as the Vice Mayor mentioned, having at the end, along with the conclusion, a summary of what those potential next steps are, I think that could be very helpful. So not only the council, but the community understands whether recommendations would be going to the Public Safety Committee or if there's general next steps that would make the most sense. So that is my motion.
Further debate or discussion on the motion? Seeing, hearing none, the clerk will call the roll.
Councilmember Triguero.
Aye.
Brunner.
Aye.
Newsom.
Aye.
Holder. Aye. O'Hara.
Aye.
Vice Mayor Kalantari Johnson.
Aye.
And Mayor Keeley.
Aye. Motion passes and so ordered. Thank you. We'll see you next year. Thank you, Chief. Thanks to all the members of your department. We're on item 27. This is a public posting of vacant funded positions and recruitment and retention efforts pursuant to Assembly Bill 2561. Ms. De Leon, welcome. Good to see you. How are you today?
I'm great, thank you.
Wonderful.
I have the clicker. Thank you, Madam Clerk. Wonderful. Thank you, everyone. I hope to keep this brief. This is an opportunity to go over some new legislation, Assembly Bill 2561, that was effective January 1st. It's our opportunity to increase transparency around our workforce planning, specifically our vacancy rates. The legislative is pretty specific on what we need to do, so I hope to go through those 3 points through our slide today while providing you and the public some general insights to what workforce planning means to us. I do want to note that this is a first attempt at reporting this information to you. Some of the language around the legislation is so broad that we're doing our best this first time around. My commitment to you all, the public and our workforce, is that we will continuously have progress in this reporting, leading hopefully one day to perfection. Oops. Is there a place I point this, Bonnie? Oh, very good. Perfect. Hopefully this image doesn't scare everybody. If I had to summarize this legislation in one icon, it's this right here for you. It is our check engine light. Now, this could mean one of two things, depending on who you are. For me, it's immediate panic, thinking my vehicle is at the verge of breaking down completely. Fortunately, as we go through this, what we're talking about is our vacancies, which is an unoccupied or vacant budgeted or authorized position, meaning council approved it and it's on the books. And then our vacancy rate, which is essentially the number of vacancies over time, right? So the good news here is this is not the vehicles breaking down. This is an attention to planning, that 60,000 mile mark, for example. It signals, let's pay attention if we have a higher vacancy rate, more specifically if it's persistent. Some considerations I'd like to think about and that this legislation had me thinking about are a number of things. One, vacancy rates are not and should not be just a point in time and shouldn't be considered alone. There's a lot of nuances if you're just looking at a vacancy rate. For example, some of the vacancy rates you see do not reflect the fact that there are current efforts in recruitment, or simply based on timing that maybe those positions are already filled and are not still vacant. Another example that I have is we recently in October 22-24 looked at our senior building inspector series and a very long time to hire, 434 days. If we were looking at vacancy rates alone, you would have not seen something very high because there's a small number of positions. That time to hire, that data point was the signal to get our attention. So again, vacancy rate alone, not the solution, definitely part of the matrix to determine where our efforts should lie. There's also another aspect of this. Not all of these vacancies are in our control. Sometimes people choose to resign, they choose to retire. Timing isn't always the best selection opportunity, right? Let's say that someone decides to resign when we adopt the budget on June 10th, and maybe that was a long-standing position and they were in it for 25 years, and the operations evolved. Now, all of a sudden, the department is stuck with the budget process and waiting for the next opportunity, and that bumps up our vacancy rate for something that is really being held because of a timing issue. There's also another aspect of this. The standard definition of vacant, from my perspective and probably finance's perspective, which is the true definition, an unfilled budgeted position, versus the perspective of our operational departments. They're not just looking at what's unfilled because there's no body in it. In their mind, it could deal with medical leaves. Maybe that's a work-related injury or a non-work-related injury. Maternity or paternity leave, right? They are operationally looking at things that impact their day-to-day that, from the standard point of a vacancy rate, we don't typically look at, but it's a really good eye-opener. So with that said, these vacancy rates that are in the staff report include all vacancies regardless of reason. So there's a lot of filtering to look in through there. The closest place that we've been paying attention to has been our Police Officer Association. That includes our community service officers, police officer trainees, sergeants as well, 16.5%. The rest of the rates are pretty standard, not necessarily going to say acceptable always, but again, looking through the data and what is actually already recruited for and filled, a 10% is kind of common with all those different fluctuations and based on the point in time reporting that you're doing. So our police officers, 16.5% here. We all know that there has been recruitment and retention needs and concerns to be addressed. We've made a number of things, not just for the POA, but for others. I listed those out here for us. For example, thank you to you all. We do have a second HR analyst that's helped capacity for recruitment. It's not just a capacity of transactionally getting the recruitment done, but this also provides an opportunity to look at career counseling, stronger, direction towards promotional path to keep staff here with us, whether it's in one division or department or another. Having another analyst to look at those trends is a wonderful thing. We also continue to use what's called continuous recruitment approaches. This is a double-edged sword in that it doesn't really help us with data all the time, but as the staff report mentions, we are trying to close these continuous recruitments year over year so that we have some sort of data. But the benefit in keeping it open is just constantly getting applications. So it is something we do like to use, especially for our police officers and community service officers. The police department has also made a number of significant efforts. They have a team of recruitment staff themselves, some retired, who are supporting varying aspects of new hires for police officer trainees and officers. That's not only specific engagement outreach approaches that they're doing, whether that's at specific job fairs, meeting people where they are, but also when they onboard that new hire, it's a really strong mentoring and partnership, holding on to them along the way, teaching them the ropes, the guidelines, and that's been a very welcome support from inside the department. I mentioned earlier that there's vacancies sometimes with medical. We currently have an overhire policy. This is an improvement area that we've had in about the last 2 years. I had heard from departments that they don't typically use the overhire policy because if someone's out on medical, you don't really know when they're going to get back. And how do you recruit to fill a position that we might need you for 6 months, we might need you for a year, we don't know. Well, we've really started using our personnel rules related to appointments and limited term positions to ease this burden when we know more so that we can support the department stronger with providing an overhire if someone is out, for example, on a workers' comp leave that ends up being an extended period of time. So it provides relief in a sense by making sure we are giving them stronger opportunities that can be successfully recruited for. There's also trailblazing and future forward considerations we've been doing. For one of our plans examiners, we've actually trailblazed for the first time attempting a 100% remote opportunity because of the challenges with those 400+ day recruitments. Now that has limitations in itself. For example, I'm not sure if you all know this, but if you work in Costa Rica, remote 100%, I now need to know all the labor rules of Costa Rica. I also need to know all the tax tables of Costa Rica. That is not currently possible in, well, maybe that was a bad example of states, but still different tax bases. But the point is, our system's not ready for that quite yet, but that doesn't mean we're not looking towards that being possible for the future with our new Workday system, for example. So we are providing a future forward look for future retention efforts. The last thing, which deserves its own slide, is our compensation efforts over the last couple of years. Thank you again to you all. We've had significant efforts in various areas of service, not just our police officers, but some of them are listed here. It was too many classifications to list where we have increased compensations. So I tried to provide it by service area over the last couple of years. And there really is a good selection and variety that you see. It's important to note that vacancy rates, vacancy considerations, turnover data, this is a common part of the negotiations process, common data that we share amongst each other. So we will continue to do that. Negotiations begin this summer, 2025, as early as the middle of June. And this is where I hope that our efforts for 2025 will address what we need to do in regards to those classifications that are still struggling with recruitment and retention. And that will be discussed with you along the way through labor negotiations. At this time today, I'm simply providing this information to you as required and basically saying that, we have a lot of opportunities ahead of us with this data. If I'm my staff who have to pull this together, it's a lot of manual entry. It's a lot of manual collection. So we're very hopeful for the future, hopeful to have developed dashboards and publishing those online. So that's less public records requests at the end of the day for everybody and more preparation, whether it's a negotiation cycle or an informed decision. So with that, that is the end of my presentation. There is an opportunity required for any employee organizations to present. If any are here, the clerk has allowed time for that if needed.
Thank you, Ms. De Leon. Let me see if there is a presentation, remarks, comments, input by any employee organization who wish to make a comment. Do we have anyone online who wishes to do that? One more call. Thank you very much. Does that complete your presentation? Matters back before the body. There are questions or comments. Councilmember Golder is recognized.
Thank you. I appreciate your work on recruitment and retention within the departments. And I just have, I guess, a couple of thoughts. When you're looking at the future of different positions and the 100% remote option, also consider that sometimes the customer service of the organization, I've heard, might not be at the same level that the public expects. I know there's been challenges in the planning department that I've heard from constituents regarding the availability of people for plan check, review, those sorts of things out the window. So if it's 100% remote, but then the service level kind of goes down, I don't think that's what our community would want. And I don't know if this is a possibility, but if somebody was out on a short term, not super long, if there's availability for extra stipends for people to, or extra hourly or extra for people to pick up in certain, I'm obviously not thinking of like police and fire, but other departments where someone might pick up an extra project or two that's not typically considered overtime, but if that makes sense.
It does make sense, Councilmember Golder, and we do utilize opportunities when folks are out on an extended leave, when other staff members might be interested in taking on a special project. There's even special project pay that comes with that. And so there are opportunities for us to both provide opportunities for training, but also backfill when there's a need for it.
Question, comments? Councilmember O'Hara?
Thank you. Given this is the first of these reports, it was kind of tough to kind of go through it to try to put it into context of the budget hearings, our upcoming labor negotiations, but it actually fits really squarely in it. So after some long processing, I really do appreciate this report. I did want to reflect on a couple things that I think would be helpful for you to consider moving forward. Much of what you talked about during your presentation, I mean, we have certain vacancy rates across different departments. It's not only challenging for our HR department to continue that churn of filling vacancies, but it's really hard on our existing staff complement, right? So when we have underrepresented classifications, or if we have vacancies that are at a high level in certain areas, like the police department, for instance, it's really taxing. So I truly understand the need to have this transparency around it. But I do think that the report could benefit from highlighting what are truly those internal factors that we are responsible for. So whether that's hiring processes, you talked, Sarah, about length, how long it takes for recruitment, timelines, et cetera. How do we ensure that we have adequate staff capacity to be really effective in that, I think is important. Obviously, compensation and advancements. Employees are impacted by either real or perceived lack of advancement within the organization. So I think that's something that we should think about highlighting and at least focus on. And then overarching, which I know we've put a tremendous amount of work into this, workplace culture. So issues related to organizational culture, lack of inclusivity or employee recognition. We're making strides in that. So, I think it's just helpful to recognize there are some internal factors, but there's also external factors that are really hard for us to manage. Cost of living. We see this time and time again. Santa Cruz's high housing costs and overall living expenses make it challenging for employees, especially those in lower paying positions, to afford to live here. That makes it hard for us to recruit. And this is an external factor that is true across all jurisdictions and job markets in Santa Cruz. A competitive job market, we hear time and time again, you can go over the hill and make 20, 30, 40, 50% more for a similar classification. That makes it very hard to fill vacancies in our departments. And as Councilmember Golder mentioned, remote work trends, post-COVID, life is different. Folks, have a lot more options, and there's a lot more interest in having remote work. And as essential workers, that's not something that all of our employees can do here. So that makes it challenging. So I just thought it would be helpful for future reports, knowing this is the first one, to provide that context. I think it'd be really helpful for the reader and for council to understand what are we tracking that's internal that we have control of, and then what are some of those external factors that make it hard as well. And then for future reports, we talked about this with regard to the last item, just trends analysis. It's hard when we're looking at, a classification of 3 and there's 3 vacancies and we're at 100% vacancy. Like, what does that actually mean? It's hard to know. So it would be nice to have those trends, comparative studies, benchmarking across other similar municipalities would be very helpful. And then I know we do this with employee feedback. How do we actually evaluate this data in relation to the real world experience of our employees? I think could be very helpful. And I think that's it. Thank you. There was no questions there. That was just a lot of comments. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Councilmember Brenner.
Thank you. And I think I will continue on that and almost similar thoughts in the previous item in a way of the report was really interesting to read through. And thank you for working through these last few years and really analyzing, I think, our various classifications, the departments, and I think for this report and just for how we can continue to support moving forward. There's been so much progress since I first came on as a council member in 2020, and to continue that good work going forward. The context means everything, and the resources needed to get to filling vacancies is really helpful for us in terms of creating policy and directing, giving that direction. So I think with this, and it's evolving, with this report, we can see some good data, and I just, for example, the HCD, the Housing and Community Development, I think as of April 23rd of this year, the new income limits were released, right? And Santa Cruz County is one of the top 5 counties where the median income was something, I think it was $132,000 for a family of 4, right? Don't quote me on that. I'm just speaking from the top of my head, but it's up there. And so a lot of times we assume cost of living is part of it, and it most likely is. I always try to talk to people in the community and even some of our city workers, and yes, cost of living, but having a little more data as to why certain vacancies, that context is really helpful because it does vary by department. Just going forward, I think that would be great. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Golder.
I apologize. I just thought of one question.
All
I don't
right.
know, Ms. De Leon, do you guys do exit interviews when staff leaves? Okay, I just wanted to know, yes. Thank you.
I know. Somebody putting something up? Is that what you're looking for?
No, I asked a question. Question answered when she nodded to me.
That was it?
That was my question.
My goodness.
I know.
Well, thank you.
It was a real question.
And it was a real answer, apparently. Thank you. Further questions, comments by members? This will be the opportunity for anyone who is with us who wishes to make comment to do so. Do we have anyone online with their hand up, Ms. Bush?
We do not.
We do not. Last call here in council chambers. Matters back before the body. Pleasure of the body.
I'm happy to move staff recommendation.
There's a motion. Is there a second? Second by Councilmember Triguero. You may open on your motion.
No further comment, Mayor.
Further debate or discussion? Seeing and hearing none, the clerk will call the roll.
Councilmember Triguero.
Aye.
Brunner.
Aye.
Newsom.
Aye.
Golder.
Aye.
O'Hara. Aye. Vice Mayor Kalantari Johnson.
Aye.
Mayor Keeley.
Aye. Motion passes and so ordered. Ms. De Leon, thank you to you and your staff for your very good work every day. We're on item number 28. This is heritage tree mitigation, replanting. Excuse me, I'm sorry. I'm sorry, of course it was. Thank you for your help on that. I appreciate it. We're on item 29. This is the objective design standard and amendments as a report in our packet, and Ms. Noisy, and hello, Mr. Van Wall. You don't look like Ms. Noisy. She's over there. There she is. Mr. Van Wall, how are you this afternoon?
Hi, very good.
Very good.
Thank you, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and Council. Matt Van Wall, Principal Planner with Advanced Planning. Before we hear from Bennett Williamson and Claire Glogally on the amendment package item, I just wanted to give special recognition to Bennett here. He's been our planning technician and intern for the past year, and a really integral member of our team. Worked on a number of projects, including the work on the objective standards updates before you today. And today is also Bennett's last day with the city.
Oh, my goodness. Well, thank you.
And so we're so grateful that we were able to get this project before you, and he can present this work to you before he leaves the city. Bennett graduated with a master's degree in urban planning from San Jose State University just last week.
Right.
And starts a new position with Ecology Action just down the block from here next week.
Oh, my goodness.
So big congrats to you, Bennett. Thank you. It's been great working with you.
It's been awesome. Thank you.
This past year. And we wish you all the best. So take it away.
Thank you so much.
Congratulations. Thank you for your service to our city. Congratulations on graduating. I'm also a San Jose State graduate, so always take the opportunity. And Claire, always take the opportunity. And the vice mayors, the Spartans are represented well in this slugville of a town. All right.
I'm a slug.
Well, yeah, thank you, Matt. It's been an amazing learning opportunity, and I'm really glad to have the opportunity to bring this item to you to conclude the work that I've been working on over the past year. Today, I'm going to be presenting you a brief presentation. We're talking about objective design standards for multifamily housing, as well as for roadways and bicycle facilities, which Claire is going to speak about. And there's also a number of other housing elements and other zoning ordinance updates that are part of this package. So I'm going to present, most of the time will be spent on the design standards, and we have staff here to take questions. So as a quick reminder, because I don't think many were on council when these were originally passed. So these objective design standards for multifamily housing, specifically we're talking about places outside of areas with specific plans, so outside of the downtown, elsewhere in the city. These are the design standards that deal with topics like walkability, landscaping, open space, roof forms, the ground floor design, the building materials, so specifically these design elements of buildings. And one thing to note, these don't deal with heights at all, which are defined elsewhere in the zoning code. And so state law required that we create these objective design standards to help with design review and to create really consistent design outcomes for the community to understand what kind of design of buildings does our community want to see. And so there was an extensive public process in 2021, 2022, which Matt and Sarah worked on, working with the community, a number of working groups, public meetings, and the original standards were approved by this body in 2023. This is the first update to the standards. It's always been intended to update these things as conditions change locally, as we hear more from the public. And it's also part of the state law. And one of our housing element goals is to keep these standards updated. And based on the work that we did in the past year on this update, what we heard from the public, we talked to staff throughout planning, talked to developers. We're not proposing a major change here. This is essentially a refinement of the standards that were approved in 2023. So in terms of the goals that we saw, really encouraging a variety of design and creating more predictable design outcomes. These continue to be the goals. We heard from the community consistently that variety in design and architecture is their top priority. That's really what we heard from people in 2021 and 2022, and again in this round of outreach. And so as a result, one of our goals here is we're going to make fixes to areas that create conflicts towards those outcomes. We're adding a little bit of flexibility to support those goals. And we also found that there are some areas where there were options that we need to turn into, we're proposing to be requirements, essentially to support more consistent outcomes. Supporting new businesses is something that came out of direction and talking with other staff, and I'll talk to you a little bit more about that. And then also encouraging new types of design and better supporting below market rate housing. This was something that we did speak directly to affordable housing developers and thinking about the city's goals. So I'm just going to give you 3 examples of some of the proposed amendments. The staff report's pretty technical, but we want to give you some of the more illustrative changes that we're proposing. So encouraging traditional architectural forms, ground floor support changes to support businesses and public realm, and adding a step back options for roof forms. So, as I mentioned, the variety of form and traditional styles is something that's really important to the community. And what we're proposing here is to add a new incentive. It uses these deeper window insets. The windows are set in very deeply from the face of the building. It requires certain high quality materials like the ones that are listed here on the slide. And these are some of the building blocks of more traditional architectural forms that you see on the screen. So by adding this incentive, developers, they might choose this in order to have a slightly flatter facade so they can increase their square footage. But it's this good compromise because it creates a little flexibility, but it results in, we're going to see more, or we hope to see more of these types of traditional architecture that we really heard from with the community. Second example here is talking about proposed changes to ground floor design and activities. So in our presentation to Planning Commission, they had a really good proposal about encouraging active spaces at the dooryard, and what they define this as the front door area where businesses connect to the street, right? It's kind of really like the lifeblood of our public realm. And so we've, based on their feedback, we've provided some new design details to make sure we get some of those details right, encouraging landscaping also at those entries. We also did a big review of what types of businesses are allowed in many different design districts throughout the city, or excuse me, in the zoning districts throughout the city, to make sure that those were consistent both across the mixed use and commercial zones, and that they were all allowing a consistent amount of permit requirements. So we're hoping that by elevating a few of these to become less permitted, it'll make it easier for some of these businesses to open more quickly. And we also, now that, as you know, we have more buildings with no parking included, which is commonly a place where we'd put access to like the trash room or electrical room. And so we had to create guidance about where those rooms can go if there's no parking, or if it's a, you could imagine a big building on two corners where both facades are really important. And we wanted to make sure that we're supporting a really lively public realm, the pedestrian experience is staying really pleasant, despite having these needed functions right on the front facade. The last example I'll talk about here is adding an option to step back your roof. So reducing the bulk of buildings is another community priority we definitely heard about. And we've proposed a number of changes throughout the standards that get at this issue in different ways. And so this is an example of one of them. It's kind of a small, but we hope pretty impactful change. So currently developers, you have to incorporate a certain number of changes in the shape of your roof, depending on the length of your building. And so what this update proposes to do is you can meet that requirement by taking that top story of your building and stepping it back at least 4 feet, as you see in the diagram here. And they can do that for the entire length of their building and fulfill the roof form requirement that way. And we really think this will make flat roof buildings more pleasant in general, make them appear smaller and reduce bulk. The Nanda building is an example we like to point to in downtown. It has a step back similar to this. So one example of how we've proposed to help reduce bulk. Lastly, I just would mention that throughout the standards, we've added a number of new and updated diagrams and illustrations. We're really focused on increasing the legibility of this. It is part of our municipal code, so you can imagine it might be hard for public to find, but once you find it and get there, or current planning staff can help you get there, we want it to be really legible for the public, for developers, and for staff too, to understand what these different rules mean. So that's all the examples we're showing from the Objective Design Standards updates, and we can certainly take questions or comment on others. These are the number of other zoning ordinance updates. Some of these are coming from updates to conform with state law. Others are coming from housing element objectives. So updates to the local density bonus to conform with state law. There's also reasonable accommodations for people with disabilities, licensed community care residential facilities, low barrier navigation centers, and historic structures on Mission Street. We have staff here that can comment or give further answer questions on all of these. And now I'm going to pass it over to Claire.
Good afternoon. Claire Glogley, Principal Transportation Planner. I have a couple short ones in the transportation realm, and most of these deal with areas that we've heard from you as development proposals have come before you of saying, I wish that we had a tool to be able to get a better environment in the public realm related to transportation. The first one is bicycle facilities and parking. We're proposing some code updates, and where we're starting is specific to Soquel Avenue that would require additional space for protected bicycle facilities to be installed as part of new development. We've heard this with a couple projects coming in, and we feel like that's the next location with more upcoming development pressure, so we wanted to make sure to first focus there. The next is implementing statewide daylighting in our code. So this year, AB 413 went into effect, which requires red curbing either 15 or 20 feet back from intersections to increase sight distance and safety. Our Muni code was outdated, and so this brings it into compliance with state law there. Moving forward, a frequent topic of conversation has been driveway width, and so we are updating our required driveway width to be 24 feet unless approved by the Public Works Director based upon actual evidence that a wider driveway is needed in mixed-use or industrial areas. This makes it a better environment for people walking and a better street frontage there as well. We're also proposing changes to loading zones. This again goes to projects with no parking and having some frustration there about what loading looks like. And finally, we are removing almost all of our language related to EV charging in our code because state building code, California building code now exceeds what our standards are. So instead of having our standards in there, we just reference California Building Standards Code, which has gone beyond us in leading.
Great, so that's the end of the presentation today. This is an abbreviated version of the recommended motion. The full length is in the staff report, and we can take questions.
Thank you. Thank you for your excellent presentation. Questions or comments by members? I'm going to start over here. Councilman, I'm sorry, did you?
No, I do, but I was going to say, I'll go ahead and ask. I just, Claire, what was the previous driveway width?
They varied and they were wider that you could be. Specifically, we had a lot of debate when we were talking about 1800 SoCal on what an appropriate driveway width was. So one of the recommended actions we got was to take that into account and come with an objective standard that we could then enforce on future projects.
And how wide is like a typical like 2-car garage driveway?
That's probably, 24 feet. It's more of a standard for 2 cars to be able to go in and out. In a location, think like Harvey West, where you have lots of delivery vehicles, big trucks, that's a location that they would say, we need a larger driveway because of these reasons. They would be able to easily show evidence, and we would say, yes, that makes sense. But for like, I don't know, a Starbucks going in on a main street, that wouldn't be enough of a reason to have a wider driveway.
Okay. Thank you. I did have one more question that I'm seeing if I hadn't answered to already. But now I lost the page number. It was on page 29, 19, and it was for Director Butler. Are you here? Oh, you are here. I couldn't see. I can't see past our computers. Where it was saying that, now I lost the place. I should have not gone first. It was, did you understand my question? It was about where there was two.
Oh, for two family dwellings?
I feel like I should come back to me because now.
We'll be glad to.
Yeah, come back to me so I can find my spot again.
That's not a problem. We'll be with you in a moment. The Vice Mayor is recognized.
Thank you. I'm also trying to formulate, but here it goes. I think most of my questions are for you, Claire, and we've had some conversations. So looking at the roadway and bicycle facilities component and looking at the loading zones, we've talked about ride shares for these projects that are not required to. We're not allowed to require parking, and many of them, or some of them so far, are not offering parking. And so rideshare being potentially a solution to that. So can you explain loading zone, and would that include something like rideshare?
Yes. So for projects that do not require any parking, that's an area that we have really struggled with, the conflict between loading spaces and not having parking and having on-street spaces being used for that. One of the things that we don't want to have is to have essentially a private loading zone dedicated for each project that goes in along a block face. Say you have 5 that go in along, it doesn't make sense to have a loading zone in front of each. It makes a lot more sense to have some measured around the block face that satisfy a given percentage. And so that's what this code says. So on any given block face around it, there will be a number of spaces dedicated for loading zones that can be used for such things as ride share, deliveries, grocery drop-off or pickup, paratransit, all of those things. So it's better utilizing the shared public realm rather than privatizing public space for individual properties.
Great, thank you. And then the bicycle facilities component and starting with Soquel Avenue, that's fantastic. And we have other highly used corridors. I know Mission Street's complicated because it's Caltrans, but there's Water Street, there's Brands 40. So what are the plans for some of these other highly used corridors and building out our bicycle infrastructure?
Yeah, great question. Our ideal is to hit all the arterials first and then build from there. Starting with Soquel, because we felt we had the most development pressure there, and then working off of that. So if you have any feedback on what priorities are, or if this sounds like a good approach to you, we'd really welcome that.
It's a great approach. Maybe that's something that TPWC could weigh in on in terms of prioritizing which streets.
That sounds
Those are my questions for now. I may have more later. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember O'Hara.
Thank you. Thank you for the presentation. Welcome and goodbye. There is a senior planner position vacancy in planning department based on our last, yeah. We'll leave it at that. This is probably for the director, and I had a short conversation with Director Butler before the meeting, and I just want to make sure I'm fully up to speed on a couple of these policy items. So the licensed community care facility, residential facilities, and the low barrier navigation centers. A little context before I ask a question. We, as a city, and we're no different than any other city, honestly, have had a really difficult time coming up with locations for these types of facilities throughout the years. My reading of this, and correct me if I'm wrong, is by rights in residential area zones, we must allow licensed community care residential facilities, including mental health facilities of 7 or more beds, and we must allow by rights low barrier navigation centers in our mixed use, and commercial zones per state law. Is that correct?
That's correct. We have to treat the former consistent as we would any residential use, and then the latter we need to allow in the mixed use zones and the commercial zones that allow for residential.
Okay. And then the follow-up question on this, which I was not able to get fully up to speed before, because I spoke to you about 5 minutes before council started. So conceivably the behavioral health unit that is on Soquel across from Harbor, that type of medical program, mental health medical program would be a part of this, or is that not a part of this?
Thanks for that question, especially thank you in advance. The team did take a look at that facility in response to your question. And the way that I understand it is that is a medical facility and is providing medical treatment there. So that is different from the community care licensing residential facilities. And there is somewhat of a gray area when it comes to medical provision. The definition says non-medical care, but this can be substance abuse treatment, for example. And so, some may consider that a medical treatment, but there are provisions in the state of California Department of Social Services Community Care Licensing Division that specify here are all the facilities. And so these community care licensing facilities are defined by the state.
Perfect. So, I mean, just to follow up, essentially what we're covering is residential, like a home, essentially, that supports different demographics of folks in need. But generally speaking, not a fully, not a facility that serves as like a hospital, for instance, that provides medical support at that level.
That's absolutely correct. And that's the distinction that the state requires us to make. If it's essentially functioning as a residence, then we can't treat it differently than we would a single-family residence just because maybe they're providing some additional assistance for someone who can't meet all of their daily needs, for example. But once you start verging into that medical care, then that becomes an alternative use, and it's not just a residence as the primary use.
Okay, thank you.
Welcome.
Councilmember Golder.
I reread, I figured it out, no questions. Thank you.
Very good, thank you. Councilmember Brunner.
Thank you so much for that presentation. It's very nice to meet you. Great job. I guess my questions are, can you maybe give some examples of the businesses, around the businesses, just for, I don't know, most people may not understand the types of business currently and what is suggested here. And so it might be helpful to just have maybe some examples if possible.
Yes, you mean the businesses that were added to the principally permitted uses? Is that what you're asking about?
Yeah, some of the permit processes to support businesses.
Right, so in each of these different zoning districts that we have, right, different businesses are subject, depending on the type of business, you're subject to different levels of review. And the least level of review it's principally permitted in that area. And so what the changes propose are to allow 6 specific things that we reviewed. The different, these different districts were created at different times, and we found that there was different language across them about what kind of businesses were available or were permitted or not. And so we took a pretty conservative approach in terms of which ones don't have any of the common like nuisance issues, and came up with a list of, I think, 6 or 7. So community and information businesses. So these are businesses that are now principally permitted through all of these areas. Communication and information businesses, educational facilities, public and private, government and public agencies, hardware stores with indoor sales only, professional offices, except as associated with a visitor serving use, and thrift stores, which was actually related to a state law specific to having to treat thrift stores equally as with other clothing stores. So those you'll see in these, if you look at these long lists of changes, you'll see that list of 6 or 7 businesses has moved to the principally permitted area, and also qualifies as active frontage, which is something else that's required for a lot of these multifamily projects.
Thank you. My other question, where I know that I've been part of a lot of conversations over time, and with city staff, with constituents, and with various housing and developments that have come forward. And so some of these objective design standards on the facade and they stem from some of this input and feedback. And what can you say to the rear of buildings? And that has come up a lot, and especially where neighbors are facing buildings and rear and the design and setback related to the rear of buildings, I think I'm starting to realize is equally important as how the building looks to the front. At least from community and input that I've received, so.
Yeah, if you take a look in the section, or section 11 is part of, in terms of the objective standards, it's called building modulation. And this is the section that describes the way that facades of buildings are broken up into different kinds of chunks. And we heard that same feedback. And so there's some proposed changes that say if your there's sort of a, depending, if you have a 4-story or higher building, for every 50 feet of length of building, you're required to have a sort of change in the facade of the building. And what the proposed changes make it clear is that that applies to any side of the building that meets that length requirement. So if the back was as long as the front, you'd be required to have those changes along the back. And so we hope that will address some of those concerns.
Thank you for calling that out. And then my other question related to the facilities and the residential. Would that include something like a sober living environment or, yes? I see Director Butler shaking head. Yes, okay. I guess examples make it a little more clear. Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Triguero.
Thank you, Mayor. I had a couple of additional questions, and thank you for your report and your work with us. And I hope to see you apply back to the city again, like we joked about. We've been talking a lot today about tracking. And one of the things I was thinking about related to this is so often with changing state density laws, that impacts our objective standards. And I'm wondering, as we update, if we could start maybe tracking a bit of data here year over year, like how often have concessions or waivers been used, and what specific standards have frequently been waived? So I'm just wondering if that might be interesting to folks, both internally and externally with the community members. So that's one thing. And then two, this is a question for you guys, but have we explored tiered open space requirements? So as to say, based on maybe unit size and building floor level, maybe residents in a smaller or higher level unit who are most impacted by not having that outdoor space reduced. You know, have we explored that?
Ms. Noisy, good afternoon.
Hi, good afternoon. Sarah Noisy with the Planning Department. I've been working with Bennett on this item, and I was project manager for the original objective design standards. So we have had a couple of different conversations about our open space standards and the different types of units that need various types of open space. At this point, we don't differentiate based on like floor level. The places where these standards apply, the tallest height limit we have is either 5 or 6 stories. So, you know, we're not talking about 12, 18, 20-story buildings, right? We're talking about sort of mid-rise structures. We do differentiate between private open space and shared open space. And then there is a little bit of differentiation between zone districts in terms of how that allocation between shared open space and private open space is created. And then with an example of SROs, we also have like a communal indoor space requirement that's part of our standard. So, you know, we're going to continue to work on these. And as we get a wider variety of types of projects, we're going to have a wider variety of adjustments that we need to make. So that's certainly something that may come up in the future that we could look into.
Great. Yeah, it's something I'm interested in the future, but I love that inherently it's already covered by other standards that are in the context of our current. Thank you for that. All done.
Councilmember Golden.
I apologize, I do have one more question. I was looking up the sidewalk widths for some of the arterials and collectors, specifically like Delaware, Bay, Laurel, Seabright, and I'm thinking 8 feet. Okay, that seems pretty wide for some of those that are now single-family homes. Are you putting this in anticipating that they're gonna, over time, redevelop to multifamily homes? And then I think about the itty-bitty tiny lots down on Seabright, like taking away another 4 feet of someone's property almost seems like a lot.
We actually are not proposing any changes to that section today, except fixing one typo. Yes, those were adopted in your first package of objective standards in 2022. Yes.
2022, 23. So we did talk about that at the time. Yeah, so. Yeah, so this is, so a lot of those areas that you mentioned are zoned to allow for multifamily development. And the way these standards work is they don't apply until there's multifamily development. So replacing a single family home with another single family home won't trigger that standard. And the reason we land on 8 is because that is the width of sidewalk you need to incorporate a street tree. And we've heard over and over and over again how important it is to have greenery and incorporate landscaping and trees into our community.
I do remember asking about this last time because I remember saying the heritage tree ordinance makes people not want to plant trees because then eventually the root intrusion causes tripping hazards. Anyway, back to that in June. That's it. Thank you.
Further questions, comments by members? Let me see if there's anyone with us who wishes to make comment on this item. And while you're thinking about that, let me ask Ms. Bush if we have anyone online.
No one with their hand up.
No one with their hand up. Anyone here in council chambers wish to make comment on this item? Seeing and hearing none, the matter is back before the body. Pleasure of the body.
I'll move item number 29. Make a motion on the zoning ordinance amendments related to objective design standards for multifamily housing updates, parking, bicycling, parking and facilities, state density bonus, reasonable accommodations, etc.
The motion is a staff recommendation. Is there a second? Sure. There's a second by the Vice Mayor. Councilmember Brunner, you may open on your motion.
My comments are brief in that thank you for some of these, as you said, are simply a typo. Others are to align with state. And so thank you for bringing them forward and for constantly evolving this process. Thank you.
For the debate or discussion? Seeing and hearing none, the clerk will call the roll.
Councilmember Triguero.
Aye.
Brunner.
Aye.
Newsom.
Aye.
Boulder.
Aye.
O'Hara. Aye. Vice Mayor Kalantari Johnson.
Aye.
Mayor Keeley.
Aye. Motion passes and so ordered. Thank all of you very much for your very good work. Congratulations again on your graduation.
Mayor, if I may also just note that today is Sarah Noisey's last council meeting.
No. Oh, no.
Correct? That's why she's smiling.
Sarah, come here. You have been a great asset to this city. I've only been able to work with you for a couple of years here, and every moment has been an absolute pleasure. Your professionalism, seriousness, comprehensive approach to work. Thank you very much. We're going to miss you terribly, and we wish you well on your new adventure.
Thank you.
What we are going to do, now that you have all assembled for the budget, is we're going to take 10 minutes. We will come back at 3:35, and we will jump right into the budget. The council is in session following its afternoon brief recess. The clerk will call the roll to establish the quorum once again.
Councilmember Triguero.
Present.
Brunner.
Present.
Newsom.
Present.
Boulder. O'Hara. Here. Vice Mayor Kalantari Johnson.
Present.
Mayor Keeley.
Here, a quorum having been established, we are in our afternoon session for purposes of taking up the proposed fiscal year 25-26 budget. We have a draft budget in front of us prepared by the city manager and the finance department with input from all other departments as well. We will begin our review of the budget, which will take place over a couple of days. We will begin with a presentation from Ms. Cabell, our very, very able director of the Department of Finance, who will be appearing on behalf of all of her colleagues who are doing such a terrific job year in and year out on a very compound, complex budget. Ms. Cabell, good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Elizabeth Cabell, Finance Director,
And I'm here with Emily Burton, our finance manager over budget, as well as the entire department head team to present the 2026 proposed budget. The presentation would be broken out over 2 afternoons. Today, we're going to focus on the general fund, the operating general fund, and then the capital investment program projects that are funded by the general fund. Tomorrow afternoon, the focus will be on the enterprise funds and the citywide capital investment program. Both days, we're going to present the budget through the lenses of the strategic plan, the focus areas of the strategic plan, and the pillars of health and all policies. We're able to move. There we go. Okay. So each slide that we present will have one or more of the banners of the focus areas from the strategic plan, which are over there on the right-hand side, as well as the pillars from health and all policy that are represented by the icons there. The balances represent equity, the heart for public health, and then sustainability represented by the tree. The proposed budget is being presented today by Emily and I, the finance department, but it really involves the entire city, every single department. We have an awesome budget leads group that is involved in this very extensive and very long process that starts, way back in October. So it's definitely, we're here, we're kind of the face of it, but it really is, there's lots of people, as you can see behind me, lots of people who contribute to making this, this happen. So right now, I'd like to go ahead and bring Emily forward to talk a little bit more about some of the details and specifics of the 2026 budget.
Thank you. Ms. Burton, good afternoon. Welcome.
Good afternoon. Thank you. Again, Emily Burton, Finance Manager of the Budget Division. I'm going to be launching into some of the areas of the strategic plan and how the 2026 budget reflects and advances that strategic plan. And while I think the entire budget is full of great information and is very enthralling, I do think the department summary section is the highlight of the whole document, and that's where you'll find some more details behind each of these elements. And I'll kind of call out the departments that are really furthering these different elements as we go on. So the first element of fiscal sustainability and transparency is really built into this fiscal year 2026 budget. We asked the departments to present to the city manager and the finance department and HR a department budget that only had a 2.5% discretionary budget increase. And so that really required departments to look at their operations and in some cases cut where they found that contracts might have been higher than that 2.5% budget increase. But they did this in recognition of going into a year of negotiations with each of the bargaining units, and we wanted to have as much capacity as possible in going into that. There's a number of revenue measures that are built into this budget that are brand new from last year. We have Measure L, which was passed by voters in March of 2024. That added a 0.5% sales tax increase. We have Measure Z, a sugar sweetened beverage tax built into our budget, as well as the recent citywide fee schedule increase that was recently passed. We, on the transparency side, we're really excited about some of the improvements we made this year. We have been introducing the popular annual financial report, which is kind of your consumable, shorter version of our financial reports. And that helped us win the Triple Crown Award from the Government Finance Officers Association, which is kind of the gold standard for financial reporting. We also had enhanced public engagement in this budget cycle. We hosted a public webinar on the budget last week, where we hosted members of the public who were interested, and we walked them through ways that they can interact with the budget beyond the binders that are in front of you. This budget also shows the investments in natural and built infrastructure that are moving forward in this next year. We are returning general fund investments in the capital investment program and the CIP Streets Fund. Those have been reduced or not in the budgets in the past 2 years in the hopes of, or in the need to present a balanced budget. We also, since we had general fund money for CIP projects, we were selecting those projects that were most in alignment with the strategic plan to move forward. We also emphasized asset life, investment risk in making those selections. So there's a $3 million general fund investment in the CIP projects, and we have an overall about $108 million investment citywide. And so you'll be hearing more about that tomorrow during the study session. And overall, about 40 projects citywide support climate action, and over 75 support climate adaptation, and 39 of the projects are within the city's opportunity zone. And so making investments in the places that reflect the city council's priorities. With regard to supporting local businesses, this is largely the work of the Economic Development and Housing Department. We also have Parks and Rec playing a large role in this. And so they are working on revitalizing the downtown. There's, in this past year, about 525 businesses were contacted for retention and expansion. On the wharf, there's going to be, and there's goals to expand public Wi-Fi onto the wharf, and the continued operation of the Santa Cruiser shuttle. I believe that just kicked off this last weekend. And as well as activation of public spaces through continuation of the Sculptor program and the Signal Box murals that were even recognized earlier today in your meeting. The Planning and Community Development Department, as well as the Economic Development and Housing Departments, do a lot of work to support housing and support housing development. In 2026, there's 495 units hoping to be developed. We also have Economic Development and Housing working on an online monitoring dashboard to track and promote transparency around affordable housing assets. A citywide effort, but particularly an effort of Public Works, the Police Department, and the City Manager's Office is the effort to support homelessness response. There's a multitude of programs that are built into the fiscal year 2026 budget, and there is a goal to remove about 500 tons of debris citywide in 2026 in encampment response, and that team of 13.5 full-time employees across those three departments are really promoting this work and leveraging partnerships, and particularly looking into expanded partnerships with the county. Public safety and community well-being. The public safety piece is largely the work of police and fire, but the community well-being is, a citywide effort, but Parks and Rec and Economic Development and Housing really also support that. And about 41% of the general fund operating budget is devoted to public safety. We also have modernized operations and transparency built into this budget for public safety, and expanded, again, public art spaces that are built into this budget. And the last piece of the strategic plan is having a thriving organization. And so especially our internal service departments like human resources, information technology, and the city manager's office help make the city of Santa Cruz a place where workers can thrive. So the Human Resources Department is advancing their culture as a competitive advantage initiative. They're undergoing negotiations again with all of the bargaining units, and there's a huge effort happening citywide to modernize our operations, particularly in implementing a new enterprise resource planning system, or ERP. So looking forward to seeing all of this work come into fruition in the next fiscal year. And I'm going to hand it back over to Elizabeth.
Thank you.
We can't have a budget presentation without a lot of numbers, so here's the numbers piece. So looking at our budget for the entire city, it's over $500 million. So we have a really large budget when you look at all of the enterprise funds, all of the CIP, the general fund, everything. So this diagram here kind of goes from the blue circle, which is our operating general fund, the fund that we really, where our taxes come in, where we provide all the services, that's $159 million. Then kind of going out from there, we've got the enterprise funds, and then the 533 is the entire city. So lots going on today. Again, the focus is really on that, the blue circle there, that 159 million, as well as a little bit on the CIP side of things. So just sort of looking back 1 year, not going back a whole lot, but sort of looking at what's happened in the past, current, and future, we have consistently come in the last few years with very slight deficits. 24 was a little bit, 23 was a little bit, 25 we expect to come in balanced. But, you know, overall, 159 or 50 plus $1 million budgets, we're coming in right about $1 million plus or minus. So really close as far as what's coming in is the same thing that's going out. In 26, in 24 and 25, Emily touched a little bit on this, but the way that we were able to balance the budget and bring a balanced budget to council was we eliminated some of those discretionary transfers, our CIP, our ED trust fund, and our streets in particular. Those three transfers that have been annual transfers over time, we did not do those for the last 2 years. So, and that enabled us to bring in a balanced budget, which is exactly what we ended 24 with and exactly what we expect to end 25 with. So in 26, we really want to make a commitment to that investment in infrastructure that we feel that we have not been able to do in the last couple of years. So we have brought those transfers back, not at the full level. We're not doing a $5 million transfer to CIP, but we do have a $3 million transfer. We're bringing back the ED trust fund transfer as well as the street. So we're really trying to get that investment in our infrastructure back moving in the right direction. So I've talked a little bit in other presentations, a little bit about reserves that we have, and we do have a stabilization reserve that is a separate fund, not part of our operating general fund, where we have our pension and our emergency reserves. So that's sort of one bucket of reserves that we've had, and we've had that for several years. The other piece of reserves that we have is our operating reserve and also what we call our unassigned fund balance. So our operating reserve, and you can kind of see in this chart, is 5% of our operating expenditures. So as our expenditures increase, so does that reserve. So you can see that kind of going up little bit by little bit every year. The unassigned fund balance kind of goes up and down because there's lots of different things that go into that. If our expenditures exceed our revenues like they did in 24 and 23, it pulls a little bit from there. If we have contracts, purchase orders, things like that that are carry forwards, that'll increase or decrease that unassigned fund balance. So that's why you see that one kind of doing a little bit of a zigzag there instead of just a straight up or a straight down. But having these funds, this is something in 22 and prior to 23, we did not have, or prior to 22, we did not have this. We had no operating reserve, we had no unassigned fund balance. In 22, we received some one-time money from the federal government in response to COVID that allowed us to build up this reserve. We are able to absorb some of these small deficits that we've had in the last couple of years. We've not had to do any cuts in service, any cuts of staff, all of this one-time funding that we received from the federal government, that allowed us to build up these reserves. And that also, using that one-time money that we received, is what's allowing us to reinstate these transfers. So that little bit of unassigned fund balance that you see kind of we're projecting for 25, that little piece is what we're hoping is going to we're going to dip into that a little bit in order to bring back these transfers. And the idea is this was one-time money that we received, and we're using that for a one-time need of increasing these transfers. And then one last transfer, which is to Emily.
And so to dive a little bit into the general fund and looking at the revenue side and at the expenditure side, we have this pie chart, and our idea was to be able to click into this pie chart because this is one chart that you could see on our OpenGov website. If you go to the fiscal year 2026 budget site, we have an interactive budget. We won't bring it up today, but what we shared with the public last week at our public webinar was that you could interact with the budget and dive into and really drill down on each of these items. So if you wanted to see what made up the 67% of general fund revenues in taxes, you could drill into that, see what component of that is property taxes, what component of that is sales taxes, what different measures make up that sales tax revenue. And so just wanted to kind of highlight that, and this is a different pie chart than we've been, and the different looking chart than we've been showing you just because we're pulling this from that website. But we want to invite you and the public to take advantage of that interactive budget. One other item that that website allows you to do is also drill in on the general fund expenditure side. So this is all of the general fund expenditures for fiscal year 2026 by department. We had mentioned earlier 41% of the budget is towards fire and police, and that's presented here on this pie chart. But you can see how each of the different departments make up that general fund budget. And the non-department parts, the general fund transfers to CIP and so forth are built in there. And so we wanted to kind of bring it home for people. Talking about $158 million isn't something that most of us normally do on the day-to-day basis, but we might buy a cup of coffee. And so for the price of what maybe a general person might spend on a maybe more expensive cup of coffee, you can think of that's the city's investment in each resident each day. And so for that low price of $6.91 per day, each resident is having this amount spent on them. So our community services and our sustainable infrastructure is about 23% of that. That's, our Parks and Rec and our Public Works departments. They're maintaining our beach. They're maintaining our public parks, our streets, doing street sweeping, repairing sidewalks, doing trash and recycling in our public spaces. For community development, really our economic development and housing departments and our planning and community development departments. They are about 9% of that, about 10% of that 691. So they're helping us have affordable housing options, helping revitalize our downtown and supporting our local businesses. 285 of that, or about 41% again, is devoted to our public safety. So you can walk the streets of Santa Cruz and feel safe for that low price of 285. For leadership and support services, so the work of our city manager's office, IT, HR, finance, you're able to get city governance, policy development, public Wi-Fi in a number of spaces in the city, access to city employment, and that reliable financial reporting that gets us triple crowns. And then about 33 cents of that 691, or about 5% of that is helping maintain key infrastructure that the city owns, helping us have the equipment that helps us do those things like repairing the streets and sidewalks and painting the striping on our streets. Once again, tomorrow we're going to really be diving into the citywide CIP and what makes up each of those components. Again, that $108 million being devoted there. So the general fund is funding about $3 million of that $108 million. And the $3 million is split up across the departments in roughly this way. And the way that that $3 million was decided on and where that money would go was informed by, again, all of the strategic plan elements, fiscal sustainability, what is going to keep our investments that we currently have in the city sustainable and not at risk, what's going to support strong businesses and communities, what's going to support our natural and built infrastructure, and then also keeping in mind what regulatory or mandated requirements might be at play. What is the project readiness, and to what degree is that project ready to go? It just needs some money to get it over the finish line. And then lastly, this year, we were able to incorporate health in all policies, and those projects that supported health in all policies in a significant or more than small impact way, we're able to get more points on that prioritization process and thus be more likely to get some funding. And so we just have kind of a few pictures related to those projects that did get funding. In the fire department, there's a fire engine lease purchase that is built into the CIP budget. Some West Cliff stairs are getting repaired to make it more safe for people going up and down those stairs. There's some traffic calming pilot program funds being put forward. There's a number of public facilities, city-owned facilities that are getting upgraded and repaired with this money. And we also have kind of the first steps of the Pogo Nip Clubhouse future that are going to be determined with the funding for next year. And then a few other fire station improvements that are also happening. And so with that, we are recommending that you conduct the fiscal year 2026 budget hearings, which has essentially happened, and received information from staff on our requested budget across departments and for the CIP, and then also provide us with feedback on preparation of the budget for adoption, which will be coming forward on the June 10th meeting. And I'll hand it back over to Elizabeth.
Thank you.
So that's it for our presentation. So we are here and staff is here to answer any questions or clarify anything that you may have.
Let me ask the city manager if we can proceed in a number of ways here. We can go through offering the opportunity for members to ask questions generally on anything, or we can move through it by departments. I like this method that you've divided essentially the general fund from the capital outlay and special funding sources. I think that's a good idea. Do you have preference on how we move through this?
We have thank you for the question, Mayor. We have all of our department head team members, as well as some of their appropriate staff here in the room that help to assemble the budget. I think from a organizational standpoint, probably going council member by council member with whatever questions they may have relevant to the departments. We're happy to make department heads available to answer any questions you might have.
Very good. That is how we will proceed. Sounds great. Members, questions? Not everyone at once, however.
I'll go first. I actually don't have questions. I appreciate the preview that we had a few weeks back, and I've had time to digest it. I trust the department heads to, with their budgeting, their, just at their discretion. And again, I felt like this year and last year compared to past years, it was a lot more digestible for a layperson to figure out where everything is going. And I really don't have any questions, and I like the direction that we're going here. And I've asked my questions and got them answered in advance if needed. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember?
Thank you. Thank you very much for.
Yes.
I will
just work my way around the dais.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you. Appreciate so much the presentation, the work that you did to get us all up to speed ahead of the budget hearings today. I've dove into the budget. It is a lot to take in, especially as a brand new council member. it is very accessible, and I really appreciate that. And I also really appreciate the presentation. During the one-on-ones, I did have some lingering questions about how this entire budget, the 400X pages of it, represents our direction associated with the strategic plan. So I think you did that very well today. Thank you very much. I will say, after spending the whole weekend with it, I'm optimistic, but cautiously optimistic, and also a little fearful, actually. And I kind of want to run through some of the things that have come up in my mind. So I live up on campus. My husband is an administrator up there. And I have to say, I think UCSC was in a very similar position to how we are kind of in now, in that they relied a lot on reserve transfers for many years, relied a lot on incoming federal support during COVID, and then they didn't accurately project what was going to be happening with the state budget, and like the whole entire thing collapsed this last year. As I've been looking through our budget, I see similar activities, and I kind of want to just test my thinking about this, because I could be very much off base, but I did want to run through a couple questions that I had. Just as it relates to the transfer of reserves, you had a slide on this. Is it not a fair assumption to, as a council member, as a community member, to be a little concerned about that transfer, the sustainability of transfers out of our reserves, and then ultimately that, yes, we do have these new revenue measures, but we need to have a sustainable source of funding so we are not continuing to transfer out of the reserves. And using, the CIP as an example, I mean, in a perfect world, we would not be transferring reserves for the CIP. Is that the correct assumption? We should have that built into our annual budget in terms of revenue in versus expenses out. Please help me understand whether I should be nervous about our reserve transfers and what that means in terms of our structural deficit.
So we have 3 reserves. We have a pension reserve, an emergency reserve, and an operating reserve. We are not transferring anything out of any of those. We're not projecting that to happen. We are maintaining those. And as I mentioned, the operating reserve in particular is increasing every year. Our pension reserve is also increasing basically just from interest earnings, but we are not proposing to balance the budget using any of our reserves. We are suggesting that some of the one-time money that we received in 22, we use that for these one-time transfers. Our CIP transfers is totally built into the operating budget of the general fund. We're not pulling anything from reserves. So we're being, if anything, super cautious about making sure that the revenue that we project to come in is what we're going to spend. And even on the revenue side, we base that a lot on trends, of course, but then also what's happening in or what we think is going to happen. For example, sales tax. It has not been coming in as robustly as we had hoped. And so that's reflected in a more conservative estimate for 26. So I really feel very confident that we're not projecting to dip into reserves in 26. We're not projecting to do that moving forward at all, because we're still, if you look at our pension reserve as being a restricted reserve, we're still under target of what we want to be. So I really do not want to, we've been very deliberate about not dipping into our reserves.
That's very helpful, thank you. But you did just get to my second kind of theme, which is the revenue projections. And as you just mentioned, sales tax underperformed last year. We've got our new measure, and we're hoping, that will yield some additional revenue that hopefully will get us, into a better position. We also, while we were campaigning for the sales tax, not we, the council, but, we talked about that money going in a lot of different directions, specifically around homelessness and other areas. I did have some fear that we were not conservative enough with our revenue projections, specifically around TOT. Councilmember Bruner and I are both on the Visit Santa Cruz board. At the last meeting, which was, I guess, last month, there was some projections about a real, a decline in tourism. Again, these are just, I'm sharing some of the concerns that have come out as I've been reading through this. Sales tax obviously softening. People are just have different purchasing habits. However, with those concerns, I really did look across California, and we are estimating in a very conservative way in relation to many other municipalities. So I feel pretty confident. I guess the question back to you is, I assume we just hear in mid-year if our projections are radically different than actuals. Do we ever hear between budget adoption and mid-year if things are declining or if there's things that are unexpected? Is that a practice that we take part in?
We do it sort of informally. We have a budget and revenue ad hoc committee, and so that meets monthly, I think now. So we do kind of keep everybody up to date through there. If there are any big red flags that come up as far as, a pandemic or something, then yes, we would come back to council. And usually at mid-year, we'll have a better idea of exactly what's happening. Because, we start this budget process in October, and so we're really looking at what's going to happen a year and a half out. So it is, there's definitely things are not going to come in exactly as we expected, but I do feel confident in what we've done in the last couple of years. We have come in right at on budget. And so even though, as I mentioned, we look at trends, we also have outside consultants that help us figure out what's going on with property tax, what's going on. I mean, that one is pretty clear. But I mean, as far as cannabis, sales tax, admissions, we have we have people help us kind of figure that out. And traditionally, we have been very conservative, and that's been good. And same thing on our expense side. So if anything, we've maybe over budgeted a little bit on the expense side. So, which I think is what has helped us to bring in a balanced budget. But we really do, we look at things. So in other words, we don't look at things just twice a year. We're looking at them all the time, especially in finance. And we bring that to the ad hoc committee every time that we meet.
Thank you. And yeah, I really appreciate that. One thing that you guys presented in your PowerPoint is the investment in our natural and built infrastructure. And one thing I wanted to touch upon is, and I think it's really important, and maybe we could add it in a future presentation, is really complementing that with investment in our human infrastructure. What I can tell over the last 3 or 5 years, we've added 40 new FTEs to our complement of staff. I mean, that is exceptional given how tumultuous and challenging the economy has been post-COVID. We are really adding to our human capital and providing such a level of service that I think is exceptional. On the flip side of that, with the addition of so many FTEs, many of them were with one-time funds, either grant funded or sunsetting funds or funds like Measure E that are in kind of a depletion or a decreasing fund balance. I did have some concerns around our level of confidence in being able to support that growth of FTEs, just kind of where we are now with so many of them being added, especially around homelessness, with one-time funds.
So a lot of the additions that we've had were with enterprise funds. So we've been very conservative on the general fund side over the last couple of years, and this year in particular for 26, we're not proposing any new general fund money or general fund positions. So we on the enterprise side, we have added some positions as those will be funded by rates. On the homelessness, we recognize that program was really started with a lot of the money that we got from ARPA and our California 14. But we've also made the commitment to continue those going, which does mean, yes, those are general fund commitments now, but that was a conscious decision that you made, to move forward with that program. So we are aware of that. And even though, yes, they started as grant funded positions, they're now something that we're committed to for the long term. And we hope we'll get other grants that will help supplement that, but we're not in any way saying that just because we don't have a grant that we're not going to fund or that we're going to eliminate those positions. We've been very strategic about trying to make sure that what we've committed to, that who we've hired, whether it initially started as a grant-funded position or not, unless they are specifically limited term positions, we will we're committed to that ongoing funding.
Thank you. And that's a perfect segue to my last theme, which is around homelessness. I had one question. I don't have I need to go back and get my binder, but I think there was $17,000 of general fund allocation for homelessness response. That number confused me. This is page 140. Where is this? I'm sorry.
This is the budget summary for homelessness.
Yes. Sorry, give me one moment. Oh, okay. I'm not seeing that figure. Let me get my binder. But what I wanted to just draw upon was, as you mentioned, it's such a significant investment. We have stood up an incredible number of programs. The staffing, we've gotten really to a place where I think of sustainability. I do believe, though, we are operating a regional homelessness response program on city dollars. And I think it's going to be important for us to really drill down on that in particular, given what you just referred to in terms of making that shift from the state one-time grants to our general fund dollars. So much of that was really promised through Measure L, et cetera. I do think we have a lot of work to do on ensuring that the programming that we are providing support for is predominantly focused on city residents and city folks. And then really looking at outcomes to ensure that the level of effort that we're putting into this and the fact that it really is a regional program in many ways, especially our sheltering program, that we're meeting our own expectations and outcomes as much as possible. So that's more of a statement. It really has nothing to do with the budget. I did want to look to see, because I really didn't think I saw 17,000, but now I'm not sure I'm seeing it. Oh yeah, thank you. So resources by fund, general fund, 17,495 fiscal year 2026 proposed. Am I reading that wrong? Is that a placeholder? What is that number?
It's a grant. The 17,000 is a grant that's coming in through the general fund and is specifically for the homelessness response.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. I'll follow up if I have any other questions on that.
It's really, it's the way that chart is, because it shows like the top has all of the resources and then it has the expenditures, and then the difference is that grant. So really you have to look at the whole thing. It's not just $17,000. It's really the other resources or the other funding that's coming there, which is really general fund. So it's the way the chart kind of lays out. That probably makes sense. Hopefully that makes more sense.
Yes, it
So it's
does.
not just
It confused me. I was like, there's no way.
Right, so it's not just that one grant. That's kind of the difference, but basically it's the difference between the revenue and the expenditures. It ends up being that 17,000.
Okay, thank you. That's it for me, Mayor. Thank you. Thank you very much.
The Vice Mayor is recognized.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you so much for the presentation and the binder. I agree, it's very accessible and easy to digest. Maybe not easy, but digestible. I'm going to pick up where Councilmember O'Hara just left off around the homelessness. Just noting that, you know, we've invested 9.7 almost last year and proposing 10.4 million moving forward. I think it's a worthy investment because we've now seen our point in time count almost cut in half. But just to reiterate that I think we are serving the whole county, and for us to be really mindful of that, in particular as the county goes through their budget process. And we know that a lot of the mental health services, which is linked to homelessness outreach and services, is going to be on the chopping block. So that's also just a statement. Okay, I have a couple of nitty-gritty questions that may be for the department heads, and then just some overarching statements. So this is a question for the city attorney's budget and budget summary. I didn't see outside counsel listed in the budget summary. How is that reflected? And if you could speak to that.
I might rely on Elizabeth
Okay.
as she prepares.
Yeah, sure. Thank you.
It's all, so basically the city attorney's budget is not just the city attorney. It's everything that flows through there, which does include outside counsel. It doesn't include things like HR has, their counsel is in their budget, but the times that we need to reach out and that the city attorney, our city attorney needs to use outside counsel, that's all sort of built into that legal services number that's
Okay, so
there
it's just,
for.
it's lumped together?
Yeah, so it's not just ABC. It's anything that we use that's not already going, like the departments may have like, economic development may use legal counsel, HR does. So those are in their department budgets.
Got it.
This would just be things that ABC reaches
Is it feasible, possible in future to have that outlined, that the other outside counsel, not ones that are for each department, but other outside counsel, like I'm thinking about sugar sweet beverage tax, for example, right? Is it possible to have those outlined in future budgets?
We can do that. We can drill down on that line.
Be helpful to see that.
And we could do it even by, either by vendor, by contract, yes, because it's a specific account that we have in our budget. So, and from there, we can drill down into, get some more specifics there. So we could lay, in other words, I think what you're suggesting is we could lay out the city attorney page a little bit differently so that we can see exactly what's sort of ABC versus the other things.
That'd be helpful to see. Thank you. My next one is for Parks and Rec, and it's just one piece that I see. Let me go to the page, 217. There's a slight decrease in youth programs, and I'm just wondering what that is about, if Director Elliott or you, Director Campbell, can speak to it, or so whoever is appropriate.
Thank you, Vice Mayor Calentary Johnson, Lindsay Bass, Principal Management Analyst for Parks and Recreation. Any decrease you're seeing in youth programs is likely related to the salary and benefits line for that program, and that's fluid throughout the year. There's salary saving lines that get incorporated into that. So if we've had vacancies, then that may contribute to decreases in how we budget benefits changes year on year. So that's likely what you're seeing there.
Okay, so we're not seeing, it's not indicative of changes in the services that we're providing.
That's correct.
Youth programs. Okay.
Yes.
Great, thank you. That was it for Parks and Rec. And then just in personnel, this is for the city manager's office and kind of a larger sort of statement. We're doing a lot around public health efforts. We're doing, we have health and all policies in place. We have the Children and Youth Bill of Rights. We have the Children's Fund. And by the way, actually, let me just pause. I want to note there's several areas around goals and accomplishments. Like the library is bringing in a teen librarian position. SCPD is a goal of participating in the Achieving Success through Community Education and Nurturing Development program. The water department that's been hosting the High School Trades Day. I want to note these because these are all aligned with our Children and Youth Bill of Rights. And as we do with health and all policies, it might be worth noting that as well because we've committed to aligning our budget and policy decisions with Children and Youth Bill of Rights. That's a little bit of an aside. Go ahead, sorry, I'm talking real fast. Did you want to comment on that?
I'll just speak to the fact that I think Santa Cruz is leading the way when it comes to the work we're doing to support our youth, as well as the whole myriad of community health and well-being programs we have underway within the city manager's office and across all of our departments. I think I might know where you're going with this, but we've had some conversations about the possibility of further centralizing the organization of how we're supporting those programs within the city. And I do think that merits additional conversation, and we would welcome hearing your thoughts on it and the council's thoughts on that as we move forward.
That's exactly where I was going with it, is that I think it's worth having a dedicated person that is touching each of those areas. CAPVA, health and all policies, Children and Youth Bill of Rights, Children's Fund, sugar sweet beverage. We've got a whole plethora of these public health related items, and we are leading the way as a city. That's an unusual sort of thing for a city to do, and we're getting national coverage for it. So I think it's worth having some dedicated staff for those projects. And those are my questions and comments for now. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Councilmember Newsom.
Thank you, Mayor. Just have just a couple quick questions. I got most of my questions out of the way for our meeting today. Ms. Cowell, I just had a quick question. The Super Bowl and the World Cup will be coming to Santa Clara this upcoming, or this next year, but in this next fiscal year. Were any externalities from that factored into potential sales tax that we might receive, TOT tax, all of that?
We didn't. Again, kind of going back to us being ultra conservative.
Right.
We have, some other hotels and things that are coming online that may also have increased sales tax,
Right.
but we did not incorporate that just because first of all, we don't know when exactly that's going to happen. It's just more of an unknown. So hopefully these things happen and we can reflect that maybe at mid-year if it really seems to be something that's notable. Otherwise, we'll just be super pleased when we come in over budget.
Right, okay. So we have those two big events, but we're budgeting conservatively because we're
Exactly.
not sure, right? And you mentioned hotels. I know La Bahia, I believe, is coming online this year as well. Has that been factored in?
That one, yes, for
That
TOT.
was-
We have, basically, we're projecting about a half year of TOT. They're supposed to come online sooner, so we may actually receive more than that. But as far as our projections go, we're expecting a half year. We did not put anything in for increased sales tax, again, because that's something
Right.
we just don't know when everything's going to open. But yes, for
Right.
TOT we do.
Right, okay, thank you.
I would also add that fortunately, our hospitality tourism industry has been very resilient through all of the national economic uncertainty that we've been experiencing over the course of the last several months. But if we do see some major swings post-budget adoption and it warrants coming back for further discussion with the council prior to the mid-year review, and I think there were questions about this from Councilmember O'Hara as well, we'll certainly bring those back. It's been a little bit of kind of flying a plane without GPS, given some of the federal policies that are coming down the pike. Building a budget within that environment is not the easiest, but we'll have to see how those projections go in the coming months.
Right. Thank you.
Councilmember Brunner.
Thank you. I might just quickly tag on to that. Councilmember O'Hara and I sit on the Visit Santa Cruz County board, and they have engaged with the Bay Area Host Committee around the FIFA and Super Bowl. And I'm just pulling up my notes. That organization allowing the county the ability to use specific promotional assets to promote us as a destination and an official, I guess they call it an alternative or add-on location for international and domestic visitors. And it would be an agreement that promotes and facilitates local events, activations, new content creation, social media outreach. It's all in the works. There's been a lot of stakeholders and businesses and officials, and it'll be interesting if we can capture some of that. But I initially thought of that too, and it will be interesting to see in the future those types of large-scale events, how we can capture that. But financially, I had the same question, and I think it's better to be on the cautious side and not predict anything around that, but have it in the background as, possible increase of something. Let's see, I guess, thank you, first of all, for preparing. Each year the budget gets more put together, and I think I'm always advocating for the public and our community members to really understand, our employees also to understand the budget and to understand. Thank you for listening to suggestions prior to the community webinar. When we talk about certain terms and departments, it doesn't mean anything to the average person unless you say, hey, this is where the garbage gets picked up. This is who does, the sidewalk scrubbing. It has to be very relatable for people to understand, other than police and fire, right? We all know that. And really with Parks and Rec being such a huge department, the wide swath of coverage that falls in that department even, and all the great work the water department is doing, I think that is the most invisible department in our city that people just don't always think of. You turn the water on and it's just part of every day. So I think this interactive, getting that kind of ability for people to follow their own train of thought and investigate and drill down and explore these pies and charts and numbers, I think is very helpful in the right direction with each department, making it relatable. So I just wanted to say that. I've seen various city budgets, especially early on when I ran, just as a comparison, and some are really high-tech flip books and others are like manual dense read documents. And I think that we're in the right direction, so thank you.
And we did try and do, when we did the public webinar, we started by talking about what does it mean when we say full service city? What are the things that we do? Because we throw these words around a lot. And what is the difference? What's an enterprise fund versus a general fund? So we really did try and not just gear it towards numbers and budget, but this is what a city does. And these are the things that, in general terms, this is what, what it means. What is a full service city as opposed to someone who's not a full service city? So we're, baby steps. I think we're getting there.
Thank you. Yeah, I appreciate you taking that input and applying it. And I think it's huge. And, our goal is to support our city, the infrastructure, the community, all the people who run the city and work every day in all the various departments. And that's what this budget represents. And, we all have our own household budgets or personal budgets, and you have X amount of money coming in, and what are the priorities? You can only spend this much. And I think my one comment about reinvesting in CIP and using that process with the one-time funds is helpful. I was nervous that we weren't investing in the infrastructure in that way. And so I'm happy to see that back. I'm also curious about, recently we were awarded $30 million for the Coral Street infrastructure for the substance use beds. And can you just mention a little bit about how that fits in?
So we don't have it in the 26 budget, but there's probably people from...
Later this year, it's supposed to be awarded, and so what is that timeline and process?
Timeline, I don't know exactly when.
Okay.
But when everything comes here, we will do a budget adjustment that will reflect the money, the grant coming in and the expenses that are going to be incurred.
I'm so excited about that.
Mr. City Manager.
We are very excited about it as well. In fact, the state is very eager for us to move forward with that project as quickly as possible. And Bonnie Lipscomb has been sitting in webinars and meetings with state officials over the course of the last week. So I will let her speak to that.
Ms. Lipscomb.
Great, and actually the full team, so from Economic Development and Larry and Wally as well, have been really working closely, and we have CDRG, our outside grant consultant, helping us as well. But it is a $30 million grant. It's definitely some admin heavy, and we're jumping through some hoops, but it's $30 million to build a substance use treatment facility at Coral Street campus. And it's really targeting, really focused on providing preventative services and really aiding those who have both substance use disorders as well as are experiencing homelessness. So it's a fit. It serves up to 50 beds. We have to construct it, so it's funding for construction. We do have to move forward over the next 6 months. We had a budget approved just last week, moving into pre-development, and then it will be on a reimbursement basis. So you'll see it in a future budget. And the way it also works with the budget is you see a big chunk in there, but we don't actually get that money till we spend it and then get reimbursed. So it'll reflect that way in our budget over the next couple of years.
Great, thank you. Thank you, that's helpful. I think that's it for now. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Triguero on the budget.
Thank you, Mayor. And Thank you, Elizabeth Cobble and team, for putting together great preparation for us and a great presentation. I especially want to echo Councilmember Brunner in saying that the new public-facing interactive component to this is especially exciting for transparency, for communication. It's aesthetically pleasing, and that's a note in and of itself. As a new council person, I've been watching old council meetings. So it is wonderful to see in these last couple of fiscal years that elevation of both aesthetic and transparency and accessibility truly in how we present these things. And I do also want to acknowledge that in the federal uncertainty, knowing that you're waiting to be paid for several things, I really appreciate the way that this has been pulled together. And the discretionary budget increase of the 2.5%, I really love that. I love that each of these department heads, thank you for being here, are given that autonomy, that trust. The teams are able to really look within themselves to nuance a bit more the budget. And that's exciting to me too, as we grow. I'm hopeful that we'll continue to prioritize retention and activation in a sustainable way. And I've heard you talk a bit about new revenue opportunities, some grants in there. So all of those things are really, really exciting to me as we talk about the budget. And this budget really reflects our values. And it's wonderful to see our strategic plan overlaid in there once again to really be communicative with all the folks that are taking a look at what we're doing. And I'm always mindful that, we're seeking more and more feedback, specifically public safety we've been talking about a lot recently. So how does our spending align with actual community needs? How does our behavioral health, our non-police crisis response, a lot of these things that we're talking about, how does it align with our values? I had a couple of specific questions. One, I did want to note too, I know that Councilmember O'Hara was speaking about over the last several years how many positions were added. I just wanted to note that for this fiscal year in this budget, that 13 seem to be added. Is that correct?
And that would be enterprise funds, yes. That sounds about right.
Thank you for that. But yes. Number two, we were talking about hotels, activation of La Bahia. There was the Santa Cruz Hotel, the Front Street property. Has that project put in for building permits? That would affect this, correct?
Not yet. So we have not built any assumptions into the budget relative to revenues that will come from that future hotel.
Thank you.
It is on the horizon. We are hopeful it'll move forward on its original timeline, but that'll come in a future fiscal year.
Got it. Thank you for that clarity. I also wanted to just note for the public that our taxes are generated, or are projected to generate 106.4 million in 2026. That's an increase of over 3 million since 2025. And I think it was 17, or excuse me. It's 106.4 for 2026 compared to 103.4 in 2025 and 91.9 million in 2024. And that's a significant increase in the last 2 years. I think that's just important for us to just have transparency about that for the public.
And that really reflects our new revenue measures. It's the sales tax, it's sugar sweetened beverage. It's also the fee study that we did. So kind of always going back and trying to figure out what other revenue opportunities and sources do we have? So
those are so important. And then also just being a new council member, I just want to lift some transparency here. So this would be a question, I think, for Matt. We are projecting a 10% increase for our own council budget. Can you speak, or either of you speak to just a little bit about that?
So part of that is a 5% increase in salaries, and the other parts of it are other things, other professional services that run through the city council's budget. And I don't know off the top of my head what all those things are. Matt might.
I would also just add, the council compensation piece in particular is responsive to council direction. We had completed a council staffing and compensation study about a year and a half ago, and one of the recommendations out of that was to start catching up with decisions past councils had made to not provide increases over time. That has now led to your compensation lagging the market, which can certainly serve as an impediment for folks that might be considering a run for city council. So this is responsive to that. It's just the first step towards continuing in both this and current fiscal years, trying to bring the council up to an appropriate compensation level. So that's part of the increase you see in the budget there for city council.
And I appreciate that. It sounds like past councils over this last 6 or 8 years, and definitely during the pandemic, chose to defer. So I really appreciate that, just for transparency.
And that had been true for many years, for the record. So it's important to note that councils, for various reasons over time, have chosen not to provide for that increase, which is set forth in the charter, allowing for up to 5% in any given calendar year.
Great. Thank you so much. I'm all done.
Thank you. Ms. Keppel, let me thank Ms. Burton. You provided a response on April 30th to a series of questions that I had relative to the budget. I want to thank you. Those were very responsive, and I don't need to go through those now. Ms. Keppel, could you take a look at page 87 in our budget document? On the debt service line under primary general fund debt service, there is a very significant reduction in that debt service.
So in 25, we finished paying off an iBank loan that we had. So, yes. So that's the decrease that you're seeing.
Thank you. On page 96 of the document, there is a year-over-year, year-end estimate of $1.3 million less in the planning department budget than was budgeted. What is the reason for that? If you could help me with that.
The 7.8 versus the 9.1? Mm-hmm. So really it's usually reflective of carry forwards. So this is what they actually expect to spend by the end of the fiscal year. The budget itself that is not spent will be spent, just not this year. It will be rolled forward into the next year.
Let me ask about more of a general principle here. As you know, my particular hobby horse on budget issues is we should jealously guard every penny of the general fund. And one way to do that is to extract every single penny we can out of fees. If I understand it correctly, a fee is imposed when someone chooses voluntarily to seek something from the government. We don't make them do that. They choose to do it. And they want to pick up a permit of some kind or whatever it is, we charge a fee. If I understand it, there are two things that are necessary in order to do that. One, there's a nexus study, which takes the actual cost and translates that into some kind of fee structure. It is secondly my understanding that we are completely open in terms of a choice that we have of getting 100% cost recovery in every area of fees, provided we have a nexus study to justify that. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. With that understanding, as you know, budget number 3 for me is I want, by the time I leave here, to have tried to get every fee at 100% cost recovery so that we then can free up as much as possible for general fund discretionary spending by this body. And so what I'm wondering is what kind of report do we have which would indicate here is 100% cost, and here is what we are getting on the current fee recovery system. Now, I know that we get periodic reports in that regard, and then what we do is we make some decisions about, well, let's take this and this and this and this and get it to 100% this year. This one, maybe not so much this year, maybe we'll go 5%, and then we'll do 5% a year, whatever it might be. But if what we wanted to do was manage towards 100% cost recovery, understanding that might not be wise in every case. It might not be. I'll stipulate to that. But if we wanted to, I'd like to be able to understand the data that would allow us to follow whatever paths we wanted to and make independent decisions and judgments about this should be 100% cost recovery. Well, not this one because it's going to discourage people from getting a permit in the first place, and then that's going to cause this and that's going to cause that. Understood. Those are individual decisions we make. But I'm very interested in seeing a report or document which would then allow us to build a pathway for greater cost recovery over the next couple of years.
And I believe we've done that. Vivian can probably talk about that a little bit. We did do a study, and there were a lot of fees that we did move to 100%, and then we have some others that are kind of in that graduated sort of, we're going to get there sort of stage. So, and I don't know if we have a report specifically.
Yes, please.
I will turn it to Vivian.
And my ever popular graduate student, hello graduate student, you certainly have graduated.
I'm glad to be here. Good afternoon, Mayor and City Council. My name is Vivian Pearson, Principal Management Analyst with the Planning and Community Development Department. I've had the pleasure to work with the Finance Department in assisting and updating our citywide fee schedule, which was brought forth to the City Council in October of last year. We did do a selected amount of departments, so not all departments did participate in this fee study, and not all fees were studied. And so if we wanted to explore that opportunity in the future, we can certainly revisit that to include all the fees. A lot of the fees that we did prioritize for this upcoming study were, for example, very permit and licenses driven that are used by members of the public, but that was not inclusive of all the fees across different departments.
Mayor, if I may just add to that very quickly, sorry to interrupt. But I also think it's important to note, and I believe you alluded to this as well, that there are services that we provide where we intentionally, from a policy standpoint, have chosen not to go to 100% cost recovery. I could point to our parks and recreation programs as being one example to ensure that all members of our community have access to those very important programs. Outside of that, I do think there's further opportunity for us to explore what other additional fees the council might want to consider when it comes to a cost recovery. I do want to also note that I think we've been very effective over the course of the last year to really aggressively pursue where there are opportunities there. Council just recently took action on the public safety impact fee, bringing that to 100% cost recovery based on the Nexus study as one example. But certainly more work there that we can consider and explore.
Well, thank you. I think perhaps a way to do this, and I'd be interested in Ms. Cabell's view and our city manager's view, but I think a way to do this would be to, before the end of budget hearings here, that we fashion a motion, and I'll work with Ms. Cabell and with the city manager, which would take a look, which would provide direction that during the upcoming fiscal year, perhaps before the mid-year budget adjustments, that we get a comprehensive report back on the fee issue and what capacity there is in there between our current fee structure and the 100% cost recovery. Then we can, in fact, make those kinds of decisions as we move along. I think, at least my way of thinking is we should constantly be trying to wring out as much general fund money and put in fee as we can. Again, because those are voluntary choices people are making. You make a really good point. I don't want to say, well, I'm sorry, the kid, it's $25 to go swimming when we finally open up the pool. That's not what I'm talking about here. But I think there's more than a little bit of distance between where we are now. I think we're making good progress in this regard, and your leadership has been very helpful, Mr. City Manager and Ms. Cabell. Thank you. But I'm interested in being very aggressive or being able to choose to be as aggressive as we want to be in that regard. Thank you very much. Let me see if there, Ms. Cabell, did you wish to comment on that?
Just back up here.
Okay, very good.
Waiting for questions.
Okay. Let me see if there are folks with us in chambers this afternoon, almost this evening, who wish to make comment on the budget. This is fascinating to me. I will just tell you, this is always fascinating to me. Do we have anyone online with their hand up? This is absolutely fascinating to me. And are you doing that? Oh, God love you. Please come forward, please. Good evening and welcome.
Good evening, everybody, or this afternoon, wherever we are. My name is Catherine McCormick, and I'm the COO at Monarch Services. We last appeared before you on November 19th to advocate for discretionary core funding to support vital services to survivors of domestic violence, sexual assault, and human trafficking. At that time, a council member expressed supporting funding for Monarch, but a broader consensus was not reached. It was recommended that we return during the spring budget discussions, so today we are here to follow through and renew our appeal. As you know, we're operating in truly unprecedented times. The uncertainty of the economic landscape, combined with the loss of core funding, has placed our ability to continue providing therapy for survivors at risk. These services are not optional. They're essential. Therapy is a lifeline for these people we serve, and without additional support, we face the devastating reality of having to eliminate this critical care. Currently, Monarch spends more than $120,000 per year to provide therapy sessions for survivors. After losing the core funding, we aggressively pursued alternative grant opportunities. Unfortunately, the most promising state grant was recently eliminated from the upcoming budget by the governor's office. At the same time, our federal funding sources have been unreliable, swinging unpredictably from day to day. Monarch operates both a confidential emergency shelter and a service office right here in the city of Santa Cruz. Santa Cruz residents comprise roughly 23% of the county's population, yet consistently make up of more than 25% of the survivors we serve. Despite this high level of need, as of July 1st, Monarch will receive no funding from the city of Santa Cruz. In contrast, we are currently receiving support from the city of Capitola, the city of Scotts Valley, and the city of Watsonville. We respectfully ask the city of Santa Cruz to also stand with survivors by investing in their safety, recovery, and long-term healing. We are here today to speak on behalf of those whose voices are often not heard, those who have survived unimaginable violence and who rely on us to stand up for their right to live free from violence and abuse. We thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you for your services. Thank you for your impassioned presentation. Good afternoon and welcome.
Good afternoon. My name is Esmeralda Torres, also with Monarch Services, and I'm going to speak a little bit about the therapy and support groups at risk. For the past 2 years, Monarch provided trauma therapy services to survivors. We delivered 69 sessions in 2023 to adult and children, and 95 sessions in 2024 to adult and children survivors for Santa Cruz County residents, as well as weekly support groups for English-speaking residents, again, primarily residing in the city of Santa Cruz. These services were funded through CORE Grant, which provided money to contract therapists. With the CORE Grant's reprioritization away from adults, Monarch lost this critical funding and has no remaining city support to continue offering therapeutic services. Santa Cruz therapy clients represent half of all participants in Monarch's individual and group counseling services. Despite this demand, the city of Santa Cruz currently provides $0 in direct funding to Monarch Services. This makes Santa Cruz the only city in Santa Cruz County without any proposed or current funding support. State and federal grants cover less than half of Monarch's annual operating costs, making local contributions vital to sustaining core services. When Monarch applied for this cycle of core funding, we were forced to pivot away from therapeutic services, and the result of this was that proven and essential survivor services in Santa Cruz County were left unfunded. Monarch Services stretches every dollar to meet rising demand, but without city funding, survivors in Santa Cruz will increasingly face long wait lists, service gaps, and barriers to healing. Local investments is not only appropriate, it is necessary. We ask that the City Council to please help us close this funding gap and stand with survivors in our community, because they are us, they are our sisters, our mothers, our friends, our loved ones. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Anyone else wish to make comment? Seeing here, we do have someone online. We'll take the person online. Good afternoon. Welcome to the City Council meeting on the budget. Person online.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Welcome.
Okay, hi, I'm Leanne Luna. I'm the CEO of Monarch Services. On behalf of Monarch Services, I want to respectfully urge the City of Santa Cruz to provide direct funding support to ensure continued access to trauma-informed life-saving services. Survivors of sexual assault and human trafficking living within city limits. Those City of Santa Cruz residents represent just 23% of the county population, which is 62,000 of the 200,000. They consistently account for approximately 25% of Monarch's total service usage, a rate that is on par with or exceeds population representation, underscoring the profound need for crisis intervention and housing support within city boundaries. Some data to highlight the trend. In-person services at our Santa Cruz City office rose 21% from 2022 to indicate sustained growth and need. Crisis line calls from Santa Cruz City residents also increased in 2024, with volume remaining high across all months. Adult shelter stays of Santa Cruz City residents more than doubled in 1 year from 2023 to 2024. Motel voucher usage grew as our shelter remains at capacity, revealing the desperate need for flexible emergency shelter and housing supportive assistance for survivors in our county. Sexual assault response is sharply rising. At the Safe Kids and Youth forensic interviews doubled for City of Santa Cruz residents, which is 14 interviews in 2023 and 28 in 2024. And we responded to 26 sexual assaults within the City of Santa Cruz. This now represents nearly half of all countywide SART accompaniments. Monarch's Safe Release program supported 30 post-incarceration survivors in 2024, either identifying as Santa Cruz City residents or being released into the City of Santa Cruz with no known address. Safe Release provides crucial motel voucher, transportation, essential client aid, and toiletries, as well as case management and system navigation to every female identifying person leaving Santa Cruz County Jail. This is a prevention program bridging the crucial safety gap that exists. Individuals are released with no safe place to go. This program is partially funded by AB 109 through the Sheriff's Department. However, for any individual who does not qualify for AB 109, which is the majority, Monarch covers the cost of the motel, personnel, and client aid. Each motel night plus person and client aid costs an average of $500. Many of our clients need at least 3 nights due to being released over a weekend. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you for your very good work. Anyone else online? Anyone else with us in chambers wish to make comments on the budget? Matters back before the body. A couple of comments. One is I would appreciate if we take a look at that. The issue I was talking about earlier, this issue we'll cover in a different context. Let me see, do you have any other final remarks you wish to make? We will be back with you tomorrow afternoon looking at enterprise funds and the capital outlays associated with that. If I am correct in understanding, we take no action at this time unless we would like to provide additional direction between now and budget hearing or the close of our or adoption of our final budget. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. I will, unless there is an objection, by consensus, would like to see that fee document and report as we're moving along in time. I don't feel the need necessarily to make a motion at this point. I think the pleasure of the body is pretty clear. So if we could see something before the final adoption, and then the idea would be that during the fiscal year, before we get to midway, we would then revisit it in those mid-year budget discussions. We good on that? Mr. City Manager, we good on that?
Understood.
Okay. Further business to come before the body. Councilmember.
No additional business, but I did want to just share my appreciation to all of the department heads and staff that have been waiting patiently, and none of you had to respond to questions. So good on you for sitting through this. Really do appreciate the tremendous work that each and every one of you do every day. You represent hundreds and hundreds of employees who provide critical services that is encompassed in this budget document. This budget document represents not only our investment in the community, but our investment in employees. And that's, you know, for me, it's so profoundly important to recognize the work that you do day in and day out. These numbers are confusing. Sometimes they feel inaccessible. However, they do represent the critical work that goes on every day to ensure that trash is picked up, that we have a responsive public safety, that we have water coming out of our taps. It's a huge level of effort, so I just wanted to appreciate that. I did want to briefly return to the question of council compensation. Don't want to provide any direction today because I do really want to focus on our employee negotiations, focus on that investment as we move into the next several months. But I do want to return to this question of council compensation. The 5% increase represents about $7,000 a year. It's really nominal, very nominal. If we move forward with 5% a year, it would take us dozens of years to get up to parity with other, comparable cities. So I would really like for the council to consider after negotiations, but hopefully before the next big election, having this conversation. We have put it off. I just Googled to see, last time there was press on this, there was an article from 2009 where Don Lane was defending his $10.50 hourly rates, which is, it's a little more than that now, but I mean, it's the same. It's not much more than that. And it really, times have changed. We want more representation on this council. And even in 2009, when Don was quoted in the Sentinel, that was a different council. We are working people. We are trying to balance doing this job and doing our full-time jobs. We see it across the entire council body. We really do want to make sure that this position is more accessible to more people. And I do think compensation is a major impediment to that. So I would like to have a conversation about that, but I do want to focus on our staff first and make sure that we are fully in on labor negotiations and making sure that we're putting our best foot forward. But I do want to have that conversation because I do think an absolute number makes more sense, hopefully in the not too distant future.
I'll just say real quickly, Councilmember O'Hara, we welcome that direction. It is something that needs to be addressed. And I understand the decisions that past councils have made and why they made those at the time, but it is serving as an impediment. It certainly is a calculation that candidates are interested in as they're weighing the big decision as to whether they're interested in running for a council seat. And so within the spirit of inclusion, it's something we need to work on. I do also appreciate the deference towards the work we're going to be doing with all of our employees through negotiations in the coming months, allowing us to focus our attention there and eventually getting to addressing this issue. Oh, the city attorney also reminded me that per the city's charter, it actually requires the council to act on an ordinance to provide that 5%. So that will be coming back when we bring the final budget adoption in June. Just wanted to note that, and that's based on what the charter requires.
Further discussion. A motion to adjourn would be in order, please.
I just wanted to ask for just members of the public I know we are updating our core processes, and if you could speak to where that lies, since we had some members of the public speak to that.
So the core funding, it's in the city manager's budget. I can't tell you off the top of my head, but what line that is.
From a process standpoint, I think is where you're going with this, Councilmember Berner. We are going to be working with a council subcommittee to explore alternative funding options and potentially moving away from the core process and developing our own local criteria around how we're funding and partnering with our community-based organizations. Those options will eventually come back to the council for consideration. We've just entered into a new core funding cycle, so we have some time to work through this. But that's been based on feedback we've received from our community partners as we've been working with the county on the core process the last couple of years.
Thank you.
Further debate or discussion? Seeing and hearing none, with great reluctance, Councilmember Golder moves adjournment, and Councilmember, see if I can divine this. Yes, it is Mr. Newsom who is in tears making second to that motion. But sadly, it's not debatable. Those in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, motion carries. Stand adjourned.
Recording stopped.